Again, and good morning and welcome everybody to the first budget hearing of the year. We will begin with roll call.
Councilmember Bertefeld. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Soria. Here. Council Vice President Arias. And President Gabriel is absent.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now, before we begin with the official budget hearings, would the mayor like to address the council or the city manager? If you do, you'd have the floor.
Good morning. This is my 11th budget, 8 as a city council member, 3rd as mayor. So I'm proposing the FY 2020 budget, which continues our strategy of sensible, balanced approach, looking at short-term needs, identifying long-term needs. This budget for FY20 is $1.187 billion with a B. That includes $346 million for the general fund, and it represents about a 3.5% increase over the previous year. There's a lot of assumptions. In fact, the entire budget is based on assumptions, but the primary assumptions, and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, is generally there's 2% figured in both the revenue growth and there's about 2% figured in operational cost growth. Does that sound right? Okay. That's in general. This budget, I said status quo, only in the sense that it funds all the existing programs we have out there now. What it doesn't have is the capability, the resources to extend services or to expand services at this point in time. There may be some exceptions on that. A big part of this is a $34 million reserve. We all take credit for it. Last year we made the move to $10 million in the reserve. That puts us by fiscal year end at $34 million, roughly 10% of our general fund, which is pursuant to our reserve policy. Other government standards go as high as 15 to 20%, so 10% is not a high standard. And I'll show I'll hand them out later, some graphs. I had the Henry Fierro, our budget director, going back to FY 2009 through 2020, do a historical graphing of revenues and appropriations. What this does is demonstrate the volatility of our general fund revenues. In fact, I think it was 2009 to 2011, it dropped $40 million in just 2 years. So the money can really be very flighty. So I'm strongly recommending that we leave the money in the reserve. I understand the temptations. I understand there's a laundry list of very good projects that need to be funded. But this is absolutely essential for our financial stability. Pulling money out would impact our credit rating, and between FY 2009 and FY 2012, not that long ago, we lost 942 jobs in the city of Fresno. Had we had a reserve at that point in time, it really would have cushioned the impact on services and on staffing and the layoffs. The city is in probably the best shape it's ever been financially. We've got, as I mentioned earlier, a 10% reserve. We've restored most of the core services to pre-recession levels. Our credit rating is improved, in many cases to as high as A+. My cell phone's paid. It's okay, it's my wife. Sorry, honey. We've restored the pre-recession levels. From the refinancing back in 2017, 2018, for both taxpayers and ratepayers, we saved about $40 million by having a lower interest rate. We didn't extend amortization period. You simply had a savings on interest rate. So it makes a big difference. That being said, we don't have sufficient resources to pay for the core services that we need in the city, from public safety, parks, public works, senior centers, community centers, all the stuff that's part of a city. We need more resources to do that. So we have a per capita income in Fresno of about $42,000 a person, which is probably 1/2 to 1/3 of most cities in the state of California. City of Long Beach, which is smaller than Fresno, has a bigger general fund reserve. We need to find ways to improve our economic base, which is primarily derived from property taxes, sales tax, room tax, business tax. So the long-term strategy is to create jobs and move the economy forward. We've added about 5,000 jobs in the past 2.5 years, including Amazon, Ulta, The Gap, and others. Our unemployment rate has reached probably an all-time low for Fresno at 5.3%. But to do a long-term strategy, to overcome these problems would take two things. One, slowly building a base up. But I would take at a minimum 10 to 12, probably 13 or 14 years, and to not grow our general fund debt. But in my opinion, we can't wait 12, 13, 14, 15 years. And I say this as not being a candidate anymore, being somebody who's been here 11 years, who knows the budget as well as anybody, that we're never going to have the service levels that we need as a city from a variety of services without some sort of ballot issue in the future. So I'm working hard with leaders from both sides of the Measure P to hope to come up with a balanced, agreed upon ballot measure for the for 2020, most likely in November, but not necessarily. So that's the overview of the budget. And it's only in the general fund, I've only added 3 positions for the entire budget, and those are all in DARM related to money back guarantee. There's a bifurcation in DARM of 2 different departments. I'll let Jennifer Clark speak in detail on that. So with that, thank you, and I look forward to working together to find solutions, make it a better city. Thank you.
You know, I'd like to jump in for a minute, if you don't mind, before we start. I know that last week when we rolled out the budget, we gave a lot of thanks to department directors and staff for all the work that's went into developing the budget. But I wanted to give a special shout out this morning to our budget staff. So I understand, and Henry, correct me if I'm wrong, and can you guys all stand up? I know you hid behind the stairwell when we did the budget rollout, but can you all stand up, please, for budget staff? What, 12 weekends maybe or more that you all spent on the budget? Yeah, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you all did. It means a lot to all of us, so thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I apologize for being late. This is allegedly a part-time job, and with 2 kids in college, I have to make the legal appearances to pay my bills. So I apologize. It's a good thing to do, by the way. And we're going to try to meet our bill-paying efforts through this budget, through my colleagues, and through the city itself. So. And I may have to be back at court at 1:30, so I might not make it this afternoon. So I just want to forewarn everyone. With that in mind, I think we go over to the city manager for a presentation.
Yeah, we're going to have Henry come up and do an overview of the general fund, and then we'll go right into the departments.
Before I start, are you able to hear me okay? Good. Well, good morning, Council President and Council members. My name is Henry Fierro, Budget Manager. I will provide a general fund overview today. Then we will proceed with the department reviews. The format for this reviews will be the same as last year.
Henry, excuse me really quick. Do you have a presentation, or do you expect us to follow you line by line?
I do not have a presentation. It's just an oral presentation. The City Attorney's Office outlined a process in the budget process in the memo that was distributed last Friday, May 31st. I will present an overview of the department's budget, hitting the highlights as it were. If council has any specific questions concerning the department's operations, etc., the department director and staff will be here to answer those questions. If council members wish to make motions to change the budget, they can do so anytime during the budget hearings. Please note, the motion must get a second to be recorded by my staff and the city clerk. And motions will be voted on Tuesday, June 18th. After the motions are voted on, the budget office will reconcile the changes into enabling documents that will be voted on Thursday, June 20th. One other housekeeping item before we begin is to formally report that per the Transparency Act, listings of elected officials and employees' earnings, consultant disclosure, and benchmarked cities data have been updated and is available on the city's website. Discussion of the general fund overview begins on page A-79 in the budget book. General fund operating revenues, excluding carryover, in fiscal year 2020 total $304.9 million. This is 2.5% higher than the FY19 amended budget, 0.5% higher than the FY19 estimates. Increases are reflected in most revenue categories. However, sales tax and intergovernmental revenues are budgeted to decline from FY19. The decline in sales tax is due to a $9.9 million one-time or 13th payment scheduled in FY19, and the decline in intergovernmental revenue is due to the Fire Safer grant that's sunsetting in FY19. Total FY 2020 resources are $372.8 million. This includes the anticipated carryover from the current year, which is estimated at $17.9 million. Key factors that contributed towards the estimated carryover are greater than anticipated property and sales taxes, as well as room taxes. But a greater component of the carryover is the need to reprogram citywide capital projects from FY19 to FY20. Increases in the various revenue categories over the 5-year projection vary from 1% to 4%. These are conservative projections. There are several unknowns with regards to revenue, such as health of the continued expansion of our economy, with the effect on assessment values, and the potential for a slowdown in any of the major revenues. The 3 largest revenue categories are property tax, sales tax, and charges for services. Together, they represent approximately 77% of the total general fund operating revenues. Discussion of general fund revenue categories in the budget book begins on page A-82. Starting with property tax, it is estimated at $140.2 million in FY 2020. This category also reflects a growth rate of 2.9% over FY 19 estimates. The number reflects an estimate of the impact of the upward reassessment of properties within the city per the assessor's office that is in the single largest factor for next year. Property tax is approximately 40% of ongoing general fund revenues. Out years estimates average about 3.2% growth rate. Sales tax is estimated at $95.2 million in FY 2020. Largest sales tax categories are general retail at 28%, transportation at 27%, and food products at 18%. These have been steady over the last few years. Sales tax is 27% of ongoing general fund revenues as well. The latest information we have indicates that for fourth quarter 2018, restaurants, department stores, new auto sales, and service stations were the largest segments. These segments make up 40% of our general fund sales tax. Also, a portion of this revenue stream is for e-commerce. We get approximately 60% of the 1% Bradley Burns sales tax from internet sales transactions. As mentioned earlier, the FY 2020 sales tax projection reflects a 4% reduction due to the FY19 one-time or 13th payment. Further discussion of the reduction and timeline shift is provided on pages A-84 and 85. Next revenue category I'd like to cover is charges for services. This is a revenue category that the city has the most control over. It is the third largest revenue in the general fund. It accounts for nearly 11% of our total ongoing general fund revenues. Samples of this revenue stream include plan check and revenue fees, code enforcement and parking revenues, permit fees, inspection fees from planning and development, DPW and fire, vehicle release fee, and our share of vehicle code fines, as well as gate and league fees from parks. This revenue category is estimated at $37.5 million for FY 2020. This is higher than FY 19 estimates by 6.7%. This category also includes a 3-year auto aid agreement between the Fresno Fire Department and the North Central Fire Protection District. Per agreement, the fire department is scheduled to receive $1 million for their services. It should also be noted that the growth reflects the budgeting of $720,000 as a one-time or 13th payment based on the 60-day criteria between when revenues are earned and when received at the end of a fiscal year. The budgeting of a one-time revenue was included in order to fully maximize the city's ability to cover operational obligations and maintain a positive position within the general fund. Next, I'd like to touch on other revenue categories. Business license tax is projected at $20.1 million, a growth of 2.5% over FY19. Part of this increase is the estimated revenues for increased continued code enforcement efforts to ensure all rental property owners are paying the appropriate business license fees. Room tax, it is projected at $14.4 million, a growth of 2.5% over FY19. It is on track to exceed FY19 estimates by $352,000. Franchise taxes, it is estimated at $15.4 million. It consists of multiple components. For example, franchise fees associated with Comcast, AT&T, and PG&E total $10.2 million, while commercial solid waste and roll-off bin fees are estimated at approximately $5.2 million. This category also includes a $582,000 one-time or 13th payment based on that 60-day criteria between earned and received revenues. Finally, a note on the general fund appropriations, which starts on page A-89. The total appropriations are $346 million in FY 2020, which is about 7.7% above FY19 estimates and 4.5% above FY19 amended budget. The various expenditure categories percentage change over the 5-year projection vary according to known circumstances and anticipated changes. The employee services is budgeted at $205.6 million in FY 2020, which is up $14 million over FY19 estimates and $16.1 million from the FY19 amended budget. This category is the largest and is nearly 60% of total appropriations. The budget for this category fully funds contractual MOU increases by approved council, and it also fully funds 835 sworn positions in the police department and 302 sworn positions in the fire department. Finally, it also includes full-year costs for 9 new positions that were added from last year's budget. As the mayor mentioned, we are only adding 3 new positions in FY20. And in the 5-year forecast, this category reflects a 2.8% average growth rate. But this also includes no growth in FY21 and FY 2022. The no growth assumption was included in order to ensure that the general fund remain in a positive position throughout the forecast. This category is not just salaries. It includes obligations related to leave payoff, overtime, premium pay, health and welfare, workers' compensation, along with other personnel costs. In conjunction to the employee services, the FY 2020 general fund budget includes $6.9 million for planned attrition. This amount is a key component that contributes to balancing the overall general fund. Its calculated amount is determined by taking 2.7% of the total combined employee services, health and welfare, and retirement contribution costs. This rate was also applied to the out years as well. Health and welfare costs are up $1.8 million from FY19 estimates. It also includes a 4% increase in our anticipated premiums. That's included in our budget. A 3.3% growth factor has been applied in the out years as well. Retirement contribution, the budget for this category also reflects the rates approved by the Retirement Board for 2020. Rates vary now with MOU changes. For example, 19.59% is set for sworn positions and 11.11% for general positions. The growth factor for this category is 5% in 2020, 3.3% thereafter. Our O&M is up by $3.9 million from our FY19 estimates. The decrease is primarily attributed to the funding structure change for the Transportation Public Safety Fleet Maintenance Unit and Finance's Graphic Reproduction Unit, both of which are budgeted as internal service providers in FY 2020. This expense type includes a 2% increase in the out years. Interdepartmental charges are up $14.8 million from the FY19 estimate. This increase primarily reflects public safety fleets' service costs collected from their respective ID budgets under the police and fire departments. The category also includes $2.8 million towards replenishing the liability self-insurance funds as a result of reserve depletion. This expense type includes a 1.5% increase in the out years. Minor capital is up $1.1 million from FY19. The observed increase reflects the reprogramming of FY19 capital projects into FY 2020, which is also partially offset by budgeting the public safety fleet unit as an internal service provider. Transfers, debt service review. Detail of the citywide debt service can be found starting on page A-15. Total debt service for the general fund in 2020 is $33.3 million and is also accounted for in our 5-year forecast. Total city obligations are $729 million, which is backed by enterprise funds of 45%. Please note transfers do not include POB or lease payments. Those items are paid through the department's budgets. And finally, general fund reserve is discussed on page A-94. As the mayor mentioned, the reserve balance is estimated to end the year at about $34 million. The ending balance includes a transfer from the general fund of $9.9 million as well. This amount, again, corresponds to that projected 13th or one-time payment. The proposed growth over the next 5 years is solely based on anticipated interest earned on that fund. As budgeted in FY19, $3.4 million of the RDA debt repayment revenue is budgeted in FY 2020 and in the out years in the general fund instead of the reserve fund. This multi-year reclassification contributed to the positive positioning of the general fund. Council, this concludes my overview of the general fund. Truly appreciate Wilma acknowledging my staff. I wish to echo that because they did spend many hours and weekends during the budget process. I'd also like to thank the department staff as well, who also had many hours in this budget process as well. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, and thank your team as well for the fine work you've done thus far. And please keep up the good work. Can't do it without you. So now we'll come back up here. Is anyone in the public wish to speak on that particular item? I've got some cards for Senior Center and Parks, but that would come up during the Parks budget, is my assumption. So with that, we'll come to the dais. Request to speak. First is Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember, our Vice President Arias. Member Chavez.
Thank you, President. Henry, quick question. So, first of all, thank you for that overview. Can we get a copy of that presentation that you just gave? We use Muni projections, right? Okay, because I think that'll be very helpful for myself and my colleagues just to kind of get an idea of what we're working with. And then just an overview, quick question. I know that every department will have their own presentation, but what was the amount of funded expenditures that were not spent in this previous budget year that were rolled over or carried over? Do you have that number?
The bulk of it,
Yes.
and you guys can hear me, the bulk of it was about $10.9 million, and that related to that capital that we need to reprogram.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, good morning, Henry. Thank you for over here. Thank you for your presentation. Throughout the presentation, you were very consistent in mentioning sort of the conservative projections, holding revenue steady, you mentioned no growth and conservative projections. So I wanted to know, just based off, and I know you mentioned that we cannot predict the future, but I want to know how much of a forthcoming recession is accounted for. I think essentially, if a recession does occur, right, whether it's this at the end of this fiscal year or the following, are we going to see, adjustments or significant changes based on the projections here?
Well, I can tell you that what's in the budget and the 5-year forecast does not include a recession component. So if and when that occurs, then changes will have to be made.
Okay. I think.
However, having said that, we did try to truly reflect what we thought was realistic based on what we know today. And based on the current data, we then layered in the FY19 estimate and then carry that over into 20. So.
That makes sense, yeah. As things unfold and the future becomes more clear, would love to see, and that may not be in these next 3 weeks, but would definitely love to see, based on the historical nature of revenues decreasing in recessions past, what we can expect, in real dollars today in terms of the decrease. But again, that may not be within these next 3 weeks, but as the future becomes more clear.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Arias.
Thank you, Budget Director. A couple of requests for more information. Can you give us a breakdown of the actual carryover, item by item? I know you mentioned 17 million, but an actual breakdown would be helpful for us. And also, can you provide us how much revenue the Amazon and Ulta agreements have generated for the city, if you have that information, and how much in payments or subsidies or waivers we have provided them in whatever budget fiscal year you deem appropriate. In terms of your presentation, you indicated that future years you're not budgeting for growth in the general fund. Is that correct?
The no growth was applied to our employee service costs. Again, that was in 21 and fiscal year 22. So that's part of our forecast.
Walk me through that in layman's terms. What does that mean, that there won't be no growth? Does that mean there won't be any additional employees added or any cost associated to their respective MOUs for those fiscal years?
We applied it to just the cost. So the cost was stayed fairly constant, or again, no growth.
So is it fair to conclude that we wouldn't be looking at any salary increases or health and welfare benefit increases in year 21, 22 for any of the employees in the city?
Under that scenario, correct.
So this budget essentially would put a freeze to any salary increases associated to costs or health and welfare benefits for 2021?
Correct.
21,
Again,
22?
this is a forecast. This is not the years that you're adopting. So hopefully as time progresses and the economy continues to expand, we will benefit from that, and that would not be a scenario we would have to then implement.
In your current general fund projections, how much is the city setting aside for current salary increases and health and welfare benefit increases?
Well, I can tell you overall, again, the employee cost is growing about 14 million, and the bulk of that 14 million is due to MOU requirements.
Are those previously approved MOUs?
Correct.
So of the 14 million, how much would you estimate would be honoring previous MOUs?
I don't have the specific amount, but I can tell you it's the bulk of it.
Got it. Okay, if you can give us a breakdown of how much of that 14 million additional employee cost is associated to previously approved MOUs that cover salary and welfare cost. So in your opinion, how much wiggle room do we have in the current budget as proposed for salary increases for those that we're currently in negotiations with?
Well, I can tell you that right now what's in the budget, based on current discussions, this budget can absorb it, but depending on what the council approves. I don't want to give, I
don't want to get to details of negotiations.
Because I know that's still ongoing.
Yeah.
And that's coming to council. But what current discussions are taking place, this budget can cover it.
Would that be a Me Too clause for all the respective units or just for one unit?
No, it's all the units that are currently in negotiation.
Okay. And in terms of timing, maybe a city manager can walk us through. I know the 13th, staff plans to bring a proposal forward that was approved by a labor group this past week. What is your proposed strategy? Do you want us to approve those MOUs first and then a budget afterwards, or should we approve a budget first and then an MOU within those parameters? How do you typically do this? What's the cart before the horse approach?
Jeff, can you come up for a second? So we may be bringing an item forward this Thursday in closed session. We're working with the attorneys to do that. So it'll either happen this Thursday or next Thursday, and then adoption soon thereafter. So the budget will most likely be adopted by the 27th of this month. I don't have a calendar, so I'm hoping that's a Thursday. And so if we bring the item forward for closed session this Thursday, we may ask council to adopt that MOU or at least hear it in open session on the 13th. Is that fair enough, Jeff?
That's correct.
Okay.
What item is that?
I'm sorry?
What item is that you're bringing forward?
We'll be bringing forward the ratification with POA.
So does a proposed budget before us assume that the council is going to approve your pending recommendation in that MOU?
As Henry mentioned, the budget has provisions in there to cover whatever negotiation has taken place. And our goal would be for you to adopt the MOU first before the budget.
Okay.
Is that fair? Does that answer your
Yeah,
question?
it
Okay.
does. Thank you for timing purposes. That helps. A couple of other questions on the general fund. You indicated that the RDA funds that come into the city historically were directed to the reserve fund.
Correct.
Now those have been redirected to the general fund.
3.4 million.
For what exact purpose were they directed towards?
It helps balance the overall general fund. Without it, we would be very, very challenged to stay in a positive position.
I understand that, but I'd like to know exactly where the money was directed to, because as you guys just indicated, your proposed budget has significant padding to deal with pending MOU negotiations, so not all of the money is accounted for. So 3.4 of RDA funds, where exactly does that money get put in?
I can't give you like a one-to-one correlation because, again, with the general fund in its composition, revenues are covering a swath of various services and types of costs. So it's just one component that we can balance the budget.
So it's not like if it's going to the police department or the fire department or the parks department or housing, right?
That's correct.
It's going to the black hole of the general fund?
It's held in a depository, if you will, like sales tax, property tax. It's all put in, if you will, an account. However, there are all these expenditure accounts that we have to fund, which then, combine the two, we can balance.
But to be clear, a lot of those expenditures on this proposed budget are not real yet because the council hasn't approved any MOUs committing us to those expenditures, correct?
I struggle to say they're not real because in my mind, we have existing contracts that are going to carry over in 20 that we're obligated to pay.
Correct, but not anything above and beyond those contracts.
Technically correct.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a couple of questions. I don't remember if you addressed Measure C.
I did not.
You did not?
No.
Let's talk about that for a moment. Looking at Measure C, revenues and all, there's three main categories: public transit, local transportation, and regional transportation. Regional meaning primarily the airport, which is $788,000 projected. My concern and my question is that based upon the calls I get from my constituents and the meetings that we've had, their primary concern is local transportation program. And what does that mean? It's funding to fill potholes, repave streets, improve sidewalks, upgrade local transportation infrastructure. So is there any way that through the budgeting process we can increase that concern, which is the concern of my constituents, and I'm sure my colleagues would chime in indicate that's the number one request we get next to the vagrant/homelessness issue. So is there any way to increase that portion of the budget or increase the Measure C money coming in to reassign it to the local transportation program? Are you aware of how we do that, if that's possible?
Mr. Mosier, do you mind coming up, please? I think Scott's our expert on Measure C funding, so I'd like him to address the question.
It's here under the citywide summary. That's why I brought it up now.
Good morning,
Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. The amounts of Measure C that the city receives for the various categories are by formula out of the expenditure plan the voters approved. So as far as, obviously there's a great need for more local street maintenance, funding, various other needs. Those are absolutely the ones that come in from constituents, but we're not able to obtain more of that type of Measure C funding. It's all strictly by formula from the sales tax and the percentages that come in.
The reason I brought this up is it's voter-approved plan, but I don't think the voters understood the format for Measure C distribution. For instance, FACTS has, in the 2020 proposed, has $11.3 million, and Public Works, which is streets and the things I mentioned, is 11.5. So it seems like there's a little disproportionate assignment there in that the citizens that I represent, public transportation is by far a minor issue in light of the overall available funds for our community, namely streets, potholes, sidewalks, the things that they have to deal with day in and day out. So is there any way that you are aware of, or can we create a format that would accommodate the people in our community rather than mass transit, i.e. FACTS? Nothing against FACTS, I get it, but it just seems to me that based upon what people have elected me to do and represent, there's a disproportionate share going to FACTS rather than Public Works for street improvements, potholes, repave, improve sidewalks, upgrade transportation. Is there any way that we can adjust that or bring it back to the citizens, have them re-vote on it so they know exactly where their money's going, or any ideas on that, Scott?
Yes, there is. There is a process called a Measure C plan amendment, but that has certain limitations. I would suspect something of that magnitude, a change of that order of magnitude, may indeed need to go back to the voters. Even a very minor amendment has to be approved by the FCTA board and ratified by the majority of the council's population and number of agencies. That I can share with the council, there has been a reluctance to make any significant changes in the Measure C plan. The motto has been promises made, promises kept for Measure C. So there has been a reluctance to make those changes. And I know each program in that plan has its share of very, very strong stakeholders who have an interest in each one.
Well, maybe we could have an off-record conversation and try to figure out some way to do that, because it's just way out of proportion, in my opinion, and I think my colleagues would agree that our people are demanding certain things and we just can't deliver. And based upon this formula that's in the book on page A17, I understand. So, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's the only question I had.
I do want to point out, and I know you'll talk to Scott offline, but Jim is indicating that that would completely devastate the FACTS budget. So just keep that in mind as you're moving forward with that idea.
Well, that's why we're budgeting. Some things have to be adjusted and modified, and I've got 73,000 people that are very concerned about that as opposed to FACTS. Nothing against FACTS, but it's just a matter of priorities. And speaking for my constituents, that is definitely their priority. Okay, thank you. The screen is clear, so we'll go on to the next item, which is Parks, After School, Recreation, and Community Services. And this is the Parks Department.
Council President, council members, I'm going to take, again, a similar approach as last year, where I'm going to give you just a very high overview of the department. And then from that, again, department director and staff are here to address any of your questions. So for the Parks Department, their budget narrative starts on page B-91. Their primary funding sources are general fund and special revenues, which primarily consist of grants and contractual agreements. Their total overall budget is $31,684,800. It's pretty close to last year's amount. It's 0.2% growth. General fund budget is $19,973,900, which is a 4.4% growth from 19. Total permanent FTE positions are 76, which is an increase of 0.25. And if I move on to page B95, total available funding, which also includes the general fund support, is budgeted at $17.8 million. We're looking at also, again, if I add the general fund support, it then raises it to $26 million, or a $406,800 decline from the amended budget. The bulk of the decrease can start with the beginning balances, which is budgeted at $441,000. That decreased by $678,600. This decrease in this line item is due to a timing effect between planned expenditures for grants and the collection of revenue reimbursements. Intergovernmental revenues are budgeted at close to $2 million, a decrease of $738,900. That decline is driven by, one, the elimination of the Youth Job Preparation Program, and two, to the reduction of services for the sports, play, active recreation for kids programming. Both were provided on a contractual basis to Fresno Unified School District. The department's proposed budget expenditures, as mentioned earlier, was $31,684,800. Employee service costs are budgeted at close to $9.9 million, or $478,300 above the amended budget. Employee service costs correspond to Memorandum of Understanding and salary provisions, step advancements, employee benefit cost increases, and full-year funding for positions approved in FY19. In addition, there are increases associated with temporary staffing for minimum wage increases, mandated sick leave payments, and new staff orientation costs. The non-personnel service budget totals $19.4 million, which is an increase of about $1.6 million from the amended budget. The majority of the increase is related to the department's capital program in the urban growth management funds. It is important to note that expenses will only materialize once the revenues are received. The department's interdepartmental service budget totals $2.4 million. It's a decrease of almost $2 million against the amended budget. This decrease reflects, again, capital project appropriations that will not be funded in FY 2020 because funds have been encumbered in this fiscal year, or the projects are anticipated to be completed in FY19. These projects included Melody Splash Pad, Cary Park improvements, Hinton Park improvements, and slurry sealing at various parks. Other material appropriation changes include $117,200 for custodial service enhancements, $24,700 for staff to provide maintenance support to the expanded infrastructure irrigation systems, $64,400 increase to fund utility rate increases, $70,000 for the maintenance and operation of the Len Ross Center, approved by council, and $76,600 for staffing materials and vehicles for the Highway City Science Program. In addition, there was $7,500 to provide staffing, trophies, and sports equipment for the AAA basketball tournament, and $138,200 for the Bike Pedestrian Safety Training Program, made possible by grant from the Office of Traffic Safety and Active Transportation. And lastly, there's $243,100 for staffing and materials for the Parks Department to operate Camp Fresno. That ends my overview, Council. Again, any questions, the department's here.
Again, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. We can go out to the public at this time on this particular budget, and I have some cards here. Ashley Kuhn, if you'd like to come up and address the council, followed by Gloria Hendricks, then Shirley Peters, Nancy Mose, I believe, and Dr. Daly. You all come up after that. So welcome, Ashley, and you have 3 minutes. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Ashley Kuhn, and that's spelled Kuhn, and I live at 1130 West Howard in Visalia, 93277. Thank you, Mr. President and council members. My name is Ashley Kuhn, and I am affiliated with the Central California's Big Band Dance Society. We are a nonprofit member organization that provides a social outlet for people in the senior age bracket.
Ashley, could you pull the mic just a tad closer so we can all hear you loud and clear?
Is that better?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. To share our love for big band dance era music. For most of our lives, we have heard that exercise is good for us, and we need to make an effort to exercise 2 to 3 times a week. Seniors especially need to take special effort in this area. The good news is that we found an activity that counts as exercise, and that includes dancing. Regular exercise benefits seniors in many ways, including increasing their cardiovascular health, reducing the risk of dementia, improving their bone health, making them happier, and preventing unwanted falls, increasing their flexibility, range of motion, and provide better sleep. Anything your council can do to support these programs for seniors would be considered greatly appreciated. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly on support of the fiscal budget for parks. Your continued support of the Senior Center will be greatly appreciated for Fresno seniors. The exercise is needed. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ashley. Folks with the sign, if you would mind taking it to the back, because I see people behind you and you're totally blocking their view, but we do respect your ability to, First Amendment right to show us a sign. So if you'd like to do that for us so others can participate in our meeting, that'd be great. Thank you very much. And Gloria, good morning.
Good morning, President and Council. It's a pleasure to be back to speak to you again and to represent the group here who want to deliver the message that activity for seniors and a cultural environment for seniors is a need in Fresno. So I'm pleased to represent them. My name is Gloria Heinrichs. My address is 2801 East Plymouth Way, Fresno, California. I also represent Central California Big Band Dance Society, presently as their president. And I'm a student at the Manchester Adult School Program. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen in the back. Appreciate that.
Now, as I look over the council, I realize that we, sitting behind me, represent a different age classification than you up there. And it reminded me that when I was about 55 years old, I all of a sudden got a notice from an organization called AARP. I said, what is this? I thought it was a credit card offer. It turned out to be a reminder that I was reaching that middle age point. For some of you, you may have never received that notice. It's in your future, and I'll tell you, it'll be there before you know it. Age 55 comes up pretty fast. And for me, that is a memory from the past. But I was looking at my most recent ARP magazine, and magazines are even out of style these days. It's hard to stay up with all this. And interestingly, in the latest issue is an article that called Age is a Gift. In Okinawa, Japan, scientists have now discovered secrets to super longevity. They are interested in the fact that in Okinawa, 900 residents are over 100 years old. They wanted to know, what is the secret of that? Translating the Chinese, it's very simple. A reason to get up in the morning. to gather with friends. In China, dancers get their groove on with a mix of ballroom, Latin, and modern rhythm dance patterns. When asked why they are involved in this activity, they said to feel less isolated. You don't have to come with a partner. Many who are widows and widowers are left alone in their homes. So to be out in a dancing community provides companionship and a sense of freedom. The other idea of relieving or giving activity to seniors is to save the pressure it puts on the younger generations. We ask that you will consider a senior center for the benefit of all Fresno residents, not only for those in that category, but generations to come. And a center of our own would be a preference. A committee could work with the council to create. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate your comments. Shirley, you're up. Shirley will be followed by Nancy, and then Dr. Daly.
Okay, I'm sure you're probably tired of looking at these signs, but you're going to be looking at them and me, and if I live that long, until we get this senior center. My name is Shirley Peters. I'm 84 years old, and I've been working on this with Carmen for a couple of years now. I would really like to get your attention. We have 144,000 plus seniors in this city. And could I have your attention, everyone, please? I'm one of them. There's a few others here, and we would have got more here if they could have come. So I'm going to hold up my sign, and I'm going to read it, and I would like you to take us seriously. We vote. We pay taxes. We elected you. Are we important to you? I hope so. I hope I live long enough to get this senior center. Okay. Carmen wants me to read this. I hope I can do it. Fresno, California is the 5th largest city in California. We have no senior center. Every little town around us, and the big one like Clovis, has a senior center. I don't have to read the last line, but I will, for shame. All right, this is the sign that says how many we are, 144,000 plus. We vote, we pay taxes. Please, didn't have enough room for that word, but I'm saying please, do something. You can, you have the power to do that. Here it is. This is what was happening a while back. Our taxes, 58, should have been an 8 million. Amazon, Ultra, Gap, but no senior center. I don't know if my 2 minutes is up. I have a few more 2 minutes left in my life. Please consider the senior center. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Peters.
Thank you for your attention. I appreciate that.
We appreciate you and all seniors, believe me.
Council President, can I just chime in real quick? You know, I want to thank Shirley, and I know a number of folks here today. I know that you guys have been at it for a long time, and I'm going to make a motion today to put $1 million out the table to secure a specific senior center for you guys. You guys have been working way too long for this, and I think that there's an opportunity to be able to make this happen. So that's what we're going to do. I hope I can get a second from my colleagues. But I think that it's been a long time coming. I know that we've supported my colleague for his multi-generational center. However, I know that you guys have been calling for a specific senior center, so I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Esmeralda. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Nancy.
So come back on the 18th for the final vote.
Council President, excuse me.
Yes.
Was there a second?
Yes, Member Arias, second that motion. Welcome, Nancy. The name and address of the record, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Nancy McGee, and I live at 7053 North Tillman in Fresno, California. And I'm a senior, as you can tell. And I just want to affirm all of the other conversations that have been brought up that I would very much like to see a senior center. I think it would really add to Fresno. And also, there are a lot of seniors that have difficulty getting out, and some I know do go to Clovis, and there really isn't any reason to have to go to Clovis to go to a senior center. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Daly, followed by Gabriel.
Good morning, President Paul and the council. Here we are again. We're back. But I think we've been forgotten this last year. You approved a place to call home that was sent to Parks. We've had multiple discussions with Parks, but again, we do want a freestanding senior center. Thank you for the $1 million, but let's look for $2 or $3 million. When I heard the introduction this morning, I heard all the sales tax. Just give us a portion of the sales tax. We spend money here. We live here. And we need to protect the seniors from Manchester. But we need to honor all the seniors. In May is Older Americans Month. And Nelson honored our seniors for their volunteer work. And we honored 6 centenarians. We have more than that in Fresno. But let's create our senior center. We can't go back over 40 years why we don't have one. You can find the funds to make sure we have a secure place to call home. And I'd also like to see it in my lifetime. So that's your challenge, to make sure we can find a center and open it up and protect Manchester. We're glad to serve as an advisory commission. You have our white report from the task force. You approved a place to call home. Now let's make it reality and dust it off. It's got a little dirty over dust over this last year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Gabriel, please come forward. Lozano, I believe. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, council members. My name is Gabriel Lozano. I live at 3362 East Balch Avenue, Fresno, California, 93702. First of all, I support a senior center. I have 15 years in behavioral health, 5 years of working with seniors in the geriatric unit care, doing programming and so forth. And I think that it's possible to get it done for them with proper programming. They gave a lot to this city, so I think that we just need to pay them back, just like veterans. The other thing is that I support parks, and that hopefully we can find some more money for parks, just not for senior centers, but for everyone. But I like to acknowledge, I've worked with the Parks Department this year. Yeah, it's just this year. And I like to compliment them on the hard work they've done. These people they don't have enough people in their department, but boy, do they do a good job. And you know what? They're enthusiastic about their job, and I can appreciate that. And I appreciate all the programming that they provide these kids throughout the city. I see their advertisements at home playground. I am a recipient of that type of programming. Alfonso, if he didn't have the baseball leagues when I was growing up, we would have been in trouble. And then I'd like to thank Councilmember Chavez for everything he's done in Southeast Fresno to help improve the park situation in Southeast Fresno. Thank you, council members, and may you have a great day.
Thank you. Next is Kimberly McCoy. Please come forward, give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly McCoy. My address is 3138 West Santa Ana Avenue, Fresno, California, 93722. I reside in District 1. I'm happy to see the parks budget increase. However, it's still not enough. Prop 68 has created funding for parks. However, only applications are only being submitted in Districts 1, 5, and 7. not none in District 3. I believe that's why Measure P was so important. It would have added to the park budget money with investments for at-risk youth and for recreational for our seniors. West Fresno is constantly being overlooked for investment. It's time to show West Fresno residents that their parks are important instead of the piecemeal approaches that the city has been doing for years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pedro Navarro? Welcome. If you give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Council. My address is 2055 East Lewis Avenue, Fresno, California, 93701, District 7. And basically, just looking over the budget, how has it looked like in the last 10 years? It's pretty evident there hasn't been enough investment in the parks. Unfortunately, we haven't even recovered from the recession that happened, and our parks department, they could use more staffing. We could use more parks in general, and it's really unfortunate to see. I mean, as Kimberly mentioned, it's great to see an increase in the budget, but it's just not enough. We need to recover from that recession, and we need to start thinking forward on how we're going to make this parks department as good as our other departments, because our other departments are thriving, and that's great. But unfortunately, our parks department doesn't have the backbone to pursue enough grants, pursue enough personnel, and pursue things that are going to benefit our children, our elderly folks. And if you need to tap into that reserve, why not? Because most of Fresno residents, we don't have enough money for a reserve. And I know some of you, you might, and you do have money, I don't know. But if you were raising children, of course you would prioritize their development. You would prioritize what's best for them first over security, over having your home massively protected. And I think that's how we got to look at Fresno. We got to look at it like it's our children. And like I said, most of us can't afford. We don't have a reserve, and we need y'all to tap into that reserve to make our parks better, because that's what our children deserve. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward and communicate to the council on this issue? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the hearing. Member Soria, followed by Member Arias, followed by Member Chavez, followed by Member Esparza. Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I have a couple questions, and it might be TJ, you would have to answer these. In terms of staffing, can you help me understand right now, in this fiscal year, how many positions do we have and how many are actually filled?
We have 75 positions budgeted for this fiscal year, and I believe there's a total of 76. Karen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. 76 for fiscal 20.
How many are filled out of the 75?
We have 72 positions that are filled at this moment. Yes, we have 3 current vacancies.
In what areas?
We have a community services manager. We have a community coordinator, and we have a recreation supervisor.
What's the timeline for those positions to be filled?
Those positions are scheduled to be filled within the next few months. We're currently looking at, and yes, we do have lists for those positions, and the department is currently looking for the best allocation and if there's any need to restructure any of the teams.
Okay. And then my other question, as it relates to staffing, we rely a lot on temporary or part-time positions. How many part-time positions do we hire throughout the entire year on average?
Their part-time are the temporary. We do not have any permanent part-time, but our part-time positions that would be temporary, Karen is our admin manager. She can jump in and help me, but we have at any given time roughly 300 positions that are working through the system that are active, and that's our lifeguard teams, and they cycle out. We have custodial, we have our irrigation, we have our recreation, community services throughout the entire department, and that serves the entire city.
Our custodial are part-time?
We do have some custodial that are part-time or temporary, as well as our lead workers that are permanent, and then we utilize the
the program through the county.
At what point do we need them just to be part-time for, because I would figure that if we have so many parks and that they're in need of maintenance, why would we have them part-time? I guess I'm trying to see what services are they providing?
And I apologize, they're temporary. Some of those are working full-time hours, but for a limited duration of time, because with the Affordability Care Act, we have a limitation on how many hours they can work each week in an entire fiscal year, an average. So we stay within those confines and operate in a very efficient manner in terms of we have seasonal temporaries that work full 40 or plus more a week, and then some that are 29, and some we adjust based on the need, for example, in special events.
Okay. The other question I have, and maybe this may be to the city manager, so relating to the Parks Director position. And so I know that it's been vacant since this past March. I want to get a sense of what your timeline is for advertising, for hiring. You know, one of the biggest, I think, for me as a council member, I've been very frustrated that this department, I feel, from my perspective and seeing what's been happening in terms of the funds, the instability of leadership, I think, impacts the delivery of services. And I'm concerned that we continue this vicious cycle with Parks Department. We know it's the department that probably needs the most investment. So I want to know, what is our plan to make sure that we fill that position and that we begin to stabilize the department?
I agree with you about the instability of leadership. That's why I have TJ in there right now, kind of getting the department in order before we do a national recruitment. To me, there was nobody better to put in that role right now, based on her experience with personnel and her experience with other departments and how Parks works closely with Public Works and other departments in this organization. So TJ right now is probably going to be in there for the remainder of the calendar year. And most likely early 2020, I'll do a national recruitment for that position.
So when you're saying early 2020, that's when you expect to do the hiring? Can you give me a little bit more of a timeline?
Well, I just did. So she'll be in that position until the end of this calendar year at a minimum. And then probably January.
So June 30th?
No, for the calendar year, not fiscal year, calendar year.
Okay, December.
Yeah. And then starting January, February, we'll probably do a recruitment with personnel. We may hire a recruiter to do that recruitment. And then, that'll begin the process. So probably early spring or so of 2020, we'll be closing that recruitment and getting somebody permanently on board.
Okay.
So right now, the department is in very good hands right now.
I'm not claiming that it's not, but I think that when we're looking at having stability in terms of long-term and a director, I think that's important. While I appreciate, obviously, her leadership in taking on right now the interim position, I still believe that for the stability of the department, we really need to make sure that we hire a director that's going to be there for the long run, in my opinion. And we have fluctuated, at least in my time, with 2 directors, and I think that that's impacting the delivery of services. I see
Understood,
it,
and it's never our goal when we hire somebody to have turnover quickly. I mean, of course, that's not our goal.
I know that that's not your goal, but I'm just expressing, my concerns with it. So that's why I wanted to have a clearer picture of what is our intent to fill the position permanently.
I appreciate those comments.
I have a couple questions as it relates to some of the programming. So I know that you guys noted in the budget that the youth job preparation program is being eliminated for this next fiscal year.
Correct.
In terms of the partnership with Fresno Unified, I guess wanted to just understand maybe the reasoning, how many youth did we service through this program? Because I know that I went to speak to them, I think every year for the last 5 years. And so I wanted to get a sense of, I guess, what we're going to be doing moving forward.
Certainly. So, and yes, thank you for presenting. That was at the Youth Leadership Conference. That was an annual event in the spring every year. I don't know the exact reason Fresno Unified made their decision not to re-engage with the contract services that we were providing. But in conversation, I can opine that it had to do with the duplicative processes of they were giving youth leadership and job preparation as as we were as well. So I believe they just looked at their bottom line and determined it was best if they delivered those services.
Okay, so we are looking at just scrapping and not doing anything? Are we going to do
We
the
still
youth?
have leadership components in all of our programming in both recreation and community services, and we will continue, and we do have staff so that we can make those programs even more robust within our own services.
But nothing specific to this youth job preparation?
We do have youth job prep in some of our centers, and we're currently taking a look at the program at whole and making it available at all sites.
Like at the
So for
various community sites?
I'm sorry?
At the various community sites?
Yes, at the various community sites. We do have some of that youth leadership programs now. We can incorporate the job readiness as well. All of this programming through Fresno Unified was being done on-site at the schools, so the shift would be we would be able to offer some of those programs at our community centers.
And so we'll continue to do the youth leadership program that we do here once a year in the summer, or?
We have looked at that to see what could we do to still do that youth leadership conference, and so that answer I don't have at this moment.
So are there
wrapping up this year.
dollars in the budget, or are there no dollars in the budget to do?
There were no dollars specific to that youth job prep. That was all funded through Fresno Unified. That component was eliminated by Fresno Unified. So within our own infrastructure, we can take a look to see if there is money and a need for the ability to do another youth conference.
Okay. So, but right now?
At this moment, it's too
not
early to make that decision.
Well, I know that it may be too early to make the decision, but there are no dollars specified for
a youth
for
leadership
that
conference. Correct.
Okay. And it's no secret that I'm a big champion of youth and youth development and youth preparation, and I think that if we probably have to have a broader conversation about what is our commitment in that. I know that the mayor is extremely committed to creating jobs, but if we're not creating a pipeline of people that are prepared, I think that that we create an issue and a vacuum, and so we need to make sure that I'd like to see how we really figure out how we work with not just Fresno Unified, but all the school districts to make sure that some of these kids know how to put a resume together. I know that in the last couple months, when we opened up for the summer internship program, a number of those kids that went through the youth job prep program applied, and I think that this program is critical, so that they then get connected to these summer internship jobs. So I'd like to see before this budget, before we take a vote on the budget, that maybe we sit down and talk about what opportunities there are, because I'd like to see also how we can really create a robust internship program. I know that the council members, majority of the council members here, I know the airports department, I know you guys take some summer internship programs, but I haven't seen it grow as much as I would like to see, because I think there's so much potential out there to provide our young people these job opportunities. So I'm interested in that, and hopefully sitting down before end of the budget discussions to figure out what we can do to augment the opportunities for these young people, both in job preparation and also in leadership.
And are you speaking of a conference as well as a program? You're looking at both components, or?
Well, I think we have to figure out what is it that we want to do, but I think job preparation is key for our young people, basic skills, and some of these things they're not learning at the school. They're not learning in the high schools, and so I think that if we can fill that vacuum and figure out, I don't see why we shouldn't. We were already doing that. Obviously it was because they were providing the dollars that we were providing the services, but I think that there's still a tremendous need for our young people out there. So I'd like to see how we can continue doing something. The other question that I had was dealing with the Empowerment Management Team program, that it serves, I think, youth at risk, right? And so I wanted to figure out how you guys recruit those students and what's the capacity of the students serving in volunteer hours.
I'm going to
If you guys
invite
can speak to that.
Kyle up to speak on that. He is the subject matter expert in that area.
Morning, Council. Kyle Jeffcoach, Manager for the Recreation Division. The EMT program was started about 4 or 5 years ago as a grassroots program. Right now, recruitment is done through advertisement through Fresno Unified, Central Unified, and then through our drop-in recreation programs at the various neighborhood centers. And then it also has a capacity right now of about 60 to 80 students. Through this program, they learn job skills. We have hired several of the kids when they turn 16 to be recreation services aides or recreation leaders in our centers. And that is our goal, is that we were trying to train our own services aides to provide recreation programs in the future.
So how many of these do we hire?
We've hired at this point, I think, between 8 and 12.
And the dollars for the hiring of these 8 to 12 students are included within your guys' existing budget, or are you guys tapping it all into the summer internship program that we have?
This is the hiring. When they turn 16, they become actual employees of the city of Fresno, so it's part of our
So
base budget.
Oh, out of your, that's what I'm asking. So
Correct.
is it part of your parks budget?
Correct.
Yes, okay.
They volunteer up until they turn 16, and then they apply through the City of Fresno application process.
And we only hire 8 to 12 because that's our capacity, or how do you guys determine that amount?
That's all that's made it to 16 and sustain the program.
But in terms of the hiring of them being part-time employees, or you only have the capacity to hire 8 to 12 positions?
No, I stated that we've hired 8 to 12 up to this point
Up
of
to
those
this point.
participants.
Okay.
So they must go ahead and complete the process at 16
Mhm.
before we can actually hire them. So some of the students either drop out,
Okay, I
move,
see.
when they reach that age of 16, or they'll find jobs elsewhere as well.
Okay. But do we have additional dollars to be able to hire more if we could? That's the
We're
question.
constantly hiring, so we're constantly looking for services aides. So they will actually become part of the City of Fresno workforce.
Okay.
It's not specific. Once they become 16, they don't. They're not labeled as an intern. They're now an employee for the City of Fresno. So it's not a matter of a specialty program. We incorporate them into our various recreational programs that we have.
Okay, I only asked that because over the last few years since we've established the summer internship program, like the first year that we put out, there was like 1,200 applicants within less than 7 days, right? So there's a definitely need for job opportunities for these young people. I'm trying to figure out where we can give these young people opportunities. This is that's what I'm saying, if there's an opportunity to build that, or connecting to our personnel as these applications are, how can we plug these kids in so that they can benefit from these job programs? That's what I'm interested in. And I don't know if you guys already do that with personnel, or how you guys work with them when they get hundreds of applications from young people.
Yeah, we're constantly recruiting. So our open application, it is year-round, and we're always looking for staff to fill various positions, whether it's in youth sports, neighborhood parks, action sports, etc. So we're constantly recruiting, and personnel is aware, and they're assisting us with our recruiting process.
Okay, thank you. And then questions on that the summer camps. I know it's a fee-based program. I'm just wondering, like, how many people do we serve through these programs?
Is that on B96, council member? It addresses Camp Fresno? Is that the
Oh, no.
specific-
It's the summer camps, the Biddy Sports. I know that, do you guys do all the enrollment sites are all where the community centers are located, or does this include also the joint school use partnerships that we have?
We have several summer camp programs that we run. We have what we call a fee-based summer camp, which is run out at Woodward Park. We also run some free summer camps out at various neighborhood centers, Quigley, Holmes, Ted Wills, Frank H. Ball, for example. And then we also have our what we call Fun in the Sun camp, which is a free camp down at Frank H. Ball. So we have a variety of summer camps. As far as our attendance last year in summer camps was around 1,000 participants just for the summer camps.
As a whole?
As a whole.
Okay. Thank you. And then I had a question. I know that we've been in communication about the boys and girls issue, both at El Dorado Park and Inspiration Park. So do you think that with the existing budgeted amounts, we will be able to continue providing the services that have been provided to the young people? I know about 400 students in my area and about 300 students in District 4.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will, yes.
So
As
there's enough dollars.
capacity and
And
the funding, 'cause
capacity.
we were running some dual programming, both Boys and Girls Club and our folks, and ours had lower attendance, so we will be able to shift, and we already have the infrastructure in place, and we're already paying for the overhead.
Okay. And then one last question. You guys point out, obviously, and it's no secret that we have a tremendous amount of deferred maintenance, which is the $122 million over the next 10 years to replace cost of existing parks. And I know that we've had some conversations. Do we have kind of a plan as to how much each year we're going to begin to tackle, assuming that we don't have a measure that gets proposed and voted on by the taxpayer? What is our plan to begin to tackle that high number?
Yeah, the plan is to take a look at the Parks Master Plan and what was identified and use that as a checklist and just go through each priority in keeping in line with what the community needs are and what we also recognize the needs of each park. And in addition to the project management, the 5-year plan, the team is working on a 5-year plan for how we are going to address these needs based on the budgets that we are allocated.
So does the council get a copy of that? How do we know what you guys are doing in terms of beginning to address that?
That if we can provide that, yes. It's not a document that's anywhere near its completion. It is a work in progress.
Okay.
And so there was focus on the projects first.
And I asked that because, I know that earlier the mayor said, we're looking at a status quo budget. And so it concerns me that when we say we're looking at a status quo budget, at what point are we going to begin to, kind of start tackling the deferred maintenance? Because if we don't start tackling it, the number will only get greater. So I was just, wondering. So if you guys can provide us a document to figure out what that plan is, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think we intended to apply or provide a document on a 5-year plan in a couple of months.
Okay.
To add to that, items like the Prop 68 funding integrate into that. As you're well aware, we funded some revamping of parks through that funding. Is it enough to cover everything? No. Do we have enough to cover all of our deferred maintenance? No, we don't have that type of funding for the entire city. So we intend to put together a plan with the funding available as well as any potential funding out there that we can find.
And can that include also the utility stuff? I know that the budget says that it incorporates increases for utilities, because I know that we've had this discussion about
where
solar
we're at on
and all that.
utilities is that we are working, and we should have in front of council here very soon, some energy efficiency upgrade proposals for the MSC as well as City Hall. Those were our first two projects. As you may remember, some of the newer council members may not, we brought forth a plan with PG&E, and there was concerns about sole source issues. We have competitively bid a process. We're intending to bring that to council so that we can award. The next logical step in my mind would be to look at parks and the community centers specifically to see if we can invest in those centers to reduce their ongoing operating expenses as they relate to utilities.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was my last question. Thank you.
I was going to suggest that we have a connection on our dais here with Fresno Unified, and perhaps that liaison could tell us how that fell apart. I know it's important to you, and perhaps a conversation with them would renew the relationship to the point where you and us can join with them and renew that. So might be a good idea. Next up is Vice President Arias.
Thank you, Director Miller. Let me just start off with, I am extremely frustrated in this budget process and the lack of in-depth presentation on what exactly we're going to be doing with the resources being allocated. Having to read budget line by budget line in a 1,000-page document doesn't tell me anything. Doesn't tell me what it is that we're doing that is a need versus a want. So just I know that you guys are doing it the way you did it last year, but I think we're going to have to revisit that arrangement because it is extremely frustrating. On the parks, the best way to describe my position on parks is that I'm disgusted by their condition, by the lack of resources allocated, but more importantly, the lack of execution. The mayor has said multiple times that he's increased the parks budget by 40%. And that may be true, but our parks looks worse now than they did before. None of the parks in my district look like anybody's front yard landscape up north or any other part of town. It's, I'm sure I can't put all that fault on you, but it is the responsibility of city staff to actually put the money out that the council allocates, and I still don't see that. I don't see, nor do I have an idea how all the money that we're allocating is going to get out, by when. I'm sure a 5-year plan in a couple of months will tell us that, but that should have been today. Today, when you're asking for approval for allocation, you should be able to tell us exactly what's going to be done, when it will be done, and through what resources. On my simple review of the budget, the available funds for parks is increasing by 1.5%. The available funds for fire by 0.8%. For the city council, 1.5%. For the mayor's office, 7.6%. The police department, Chief Dyer, congratulations, 9.5%. You're getting more money than the previous budget. For planning, it decreases by 14%. For public works, the biggest complaint I get, streets and sidewalks, a reduction of 2.1%. Now, that's my superficial read of actual money available and a reflection of this city's priorities. I don't know how we can stand here and say that a 1% increase in the Parks Department available resources is sufficient. The parks itself, how do we get to a point where we're carrying over so many funds in the Parks Department? Why can't we get the money out?
Are you speaking in the projects that we have? It's all a timing issue in terms of when the work is completed, when the funding's available. If there's a specific project, we can speak to it, but
In general, is it fair to say that the Parks Department has to go through the same permitting process as any outside developer to get something approved?
yes, that is correct.
That's correct. And to answer your broader question regarding why it takes so long, I think there can be some improvements made. I think you'll see those improvements in the following year. I think one of the issues has been lack of project management resource. We have hired a person to do that, as well as brought TJ in to help with that. And I think I personally have seen significant improvements in the project that that person is managing.
Jim, does the Parks Department also get their money back if their projects are late from the planning department? Or does that only apply to the private sector?
I don't know if we've gotten that far yet, but
Gary?
Simply because we haven't, we just started the money back guarantee. You would be paying yourself.
Well, we're currently paying ourselves for projects that are not getting out, right?
Yes. So I think what I've seen as well is, and I alluded to the project manager, these projects, even if they're externally performed by some of our community groups, they need a little bit of babysitting, and they need some definite, specific project management practices being used, and that's what we intend to implement over this year.
So,
I do want, to be fair to TJ, she's been there for how many months now? 3 months, and our project manager's been there for, I'd say, 6.
Yeah.
Oh, only 4.
If I was critical of the chief, they would tell me he's only been here 18 years, so I have to be nice to him. So everybody has time, but,
I want to jump into city projects are exempt from refunds in the planning department.
oh, so in order to expedite Granville's project, we got to delay the parks projects, and the parks don't get their money back?
Right, we decided that other agencies, including city projects, were exempt.
Councilmember Bradfield, we're going to have to revisit that ordinance because that ain't going to work for us. But anyway, now more specific projects, questions on this. The green space with Fresno Unified, I know we have the green space, blue space agreement. The blue space clearly is a dramatic success. Green space, not so much. We've heard complaints from the trustees in our last joint meeting, not just of Fresno Unified, but of Central, that is the green space essentially is a park employee out in the open green space waiting for people to show up and use whatever equipment they have. Do we know how many students are actually participating in the green space portion of the partnership?
In terms of the weekend recreation and fitness,
Yes.
where we have the shared use, we don't have really good concrete numbers. But we do recognize that there is a need to offer some type of programming there, as well as engage with the community and advertise our green space more appropriately and evaluate it and determine what works, what doesn't, and we do have some plans for this summer on some different things we're going to do.
Just so you know, from my end, we're in the 30 year of the partnership. If we don't have numbers by now, you won't get my support to continue the green space component of that agreement.
I can get you our estimated numbers, and we will provide that.
That would be great.
Information. We have that.
The restrooms, the best way to describe the conditions of our restrooms is they're awful. I know you're setting aside additional $100,000 for janitorial services. What exactly are the plans to improve the conditions of the restrooms in parks?
We are going to be looking at several different opportunities and ways to see what works best. One that we're working on right now is having folks in our parks, staff in our parks during the weekend as customer service, and also being a deterrent to inappropriate activity in those restrooms, and in terms of general light maintenance in between the cleaning schedule that's already in place for those parks.
I think we've had this discussion. Our current cleaning schedule is not actually sanitizing the restrooms. It's just picking up the paper on the ground. I'm looking for actual deep cleaning, sanitation of restrooms. Does your plan include that?
We do have a plan, and I would have to rely on Tony to confirm, but I do believe we are sanitizing those restrooms once a day.
Let me guess, probably at 9 a.m. when it's used in the evening primarily?
They're not all being done at 9 a.m. because we have a crew that's traveling around to all of the 80-plus sites.
Is that a private company?
No, it is our staff.
City-
We do have contracted services for, I believe, 2 or 3 of the parks. I don't have those parks off the top of my head, but we do have contracted services for a few of the parks. But those are the types of things we're looking at to see what works best, what's the most efficient use of our resources in terms of delivering clean, safe restrooms.
Community centers, can you describe for me what's been the holdup for a senior center in the city of Fresno?
I apologize, I cannot speak to what the holdup is on that.
Okay.
I want to jump in and just remind council too, the project that is being developed at the southwest corner of McKinley and Blackstone, the Lingo project, does have a senior center proposed in there in the first floor. It's a mixed-use project, and the construction is beginning in 2019, fall of 2019 for that. So, I know Clint Olivier, the former council member, was very active with Senior Center and did the study that we did last year, but we wanted to make sure that a Senior Center was proposed in that project, and it is going to be under construction with finishing, Laura, 2021. And then we were relying heavily on what Manchester Center was offering, so.
I think the challenge is that senior center is probably 8,000 square feet, probably at the.
No, this senior center, it's a neighborhood senior center, very small, max 2,000 feet. That was proposed as something that I actually asked some time ago as part of bringing the developers in to develop that area. but not as a fix to the issue of lacking a senior center in our community, because it is a very small area. I think it's a great neighborhood senior center, but I don't think it addresses the kind of senior center that our seniors have been asking for.
Community centers. So a few years ago, the city engaged in essentially outsourcing the operation of our community centers to nonprofits. And there was various arrangements in those MOUs about who manages the facility, deferred maintenance, construction projects. I know some of those MOUs are coming to an end, especially in my district. What does the city intend to do with those MOUs? Do you intend to keep them as is, or essentially we pay for only long-term deferred maintenance, but they have to pay for all operational utility costs?
I can't speak to keeping them as is. I have not gone through and read through each one of them, but that will be done before we go into any future negotiations. And I can tell you that we're only going to be interested in going into partnerships that benefit both parties, including the city. And if it doesn't work, we can offer programming at those centers ourselves.
From my perspective, we should have a standardization of what those agreements look like across the city. Because in some of the agreements, they pay for utilities, others they don't. Some pay for water, some don't. And it's created a huge lot of confusion and financial hardship for some of those providers. We've mentioned solar. Do we think that we'll be in a position a year from now to install solar panels in parks?
First of all, going back to the standardization, that would be our goal, to standardize the agreements, not just with those community centers, but parks contracts in general. TJ has been starting to look at some of those with her staff, and so as they renew, we will look for a standardized format. As far as the solar, our intent would be to try and get something bid out in the following year so that we can award and get some solar, with the caveat that when we start talking about energy efficiency upgrades, we look at the entire gamut of energy efficiency upgrades. Some of the parks and community centers may not be amenable to solar. So if solar is an option, we would certainly look at that as part of the entire package.
Thank you. What are we doing on regional parks? I know they generate revenue for the city. Some of the revenue remains in those respective parks. How much additional revenue, if any, do they receive for maintenance and operations?
The revenue that's generated through the gate fees, 2/3 of that goes into the parks general fund. I may have this backwards, 2/3, and 1/3 goes into the special fund, which addresses issues, unexpected issues that may come up at either of those parks. But we do reinvest the monies back into Woodward and Roding and Regional Sports Complex.
So the Woodward money and the gate fee stays at Woodward. They go to a regional park fund.
It goes into the parks. 2/3 goes into the Parks Department General Fund, which would help all parks.
But the 1/3 that's supposed to remain for regional, does it stay at that exact park where
No,
it's
it does
generated, or it goes into a pot for 3?
I don't believe it does. I believe it goes into a pooled fund. The 1/3.
The 1/3. So 2/3 of the revenue generated at regional parks goes to the general fund of parks, but the 1/3 in the regional parks, where does that go to?
Hi, I'm Karen Norris, Parks Admin Manager. The current concessionaire, or not concessionaire, the current contractor that we use, that's SP Plus.
Could you bring your mic real close?
Sure.
You guys can barely hear you.
In our Park Special Fund, we receive 1/3 of the gate fee revenues. However, we pay 100% of the fee to the contractor that manages our park. So the difference between those two funds are whatever we need capital improvements within our parks. Typically, it's used for parking lot improvements, hot lots, things like that.
So how much would you estimate that the regional parks generated last year in that 1/3 fee that was supposed to remain there after you deduct the cost of the guy that opens a gate?
After I would say between $300,000 and $400,000 in the Park Special Fund is what's left over after we pay the fee.
That's it, huh?
That's it.
So the million visitors to a Chaffee Zoo, of the 1/3 that they generate going to that place, only maybe 100,000 remains in that park after you divide it three ways, assuming you
not
divide it
sure.
three ways.
I
And
can't answer that question.
Councilmember Butterfield doesn't get all the money.
So
Okay. Well, if you guys can get us an analysis and explanation exactly how those resources have been allocated in the past, we need to figure out the regional parks, at least in my district, have severe conditions that have to be addressed, and they're clearly generating a lot of money for the city. We need to maintain that amenity so that they can continue to generate those funds. My last question on parks is the camp, the famous camp that I wasn't aware that we owned. So we're setting aside a couple $100,000 to operate the camp. Where did that money come from?
The money that for FY20,
Yes.
that was appropriated to us. I'm not certain what exact fund that came from. I can tell you what it's
The 243,000.
Assuming you're talking about Camp Fresno.
Yes, Camp Fresno.
Camp Fresno, we collect money for reservations, and that's what pays for the expenses at the camp.
So we collect 243,000 a year?
That is roughly what we've collected in the past.
In the past. So you set the budget based on previous revenue?
Yes.
Projections. How
Hold on a
much?
sec.
Apologies. This is our first year of us taking it over.
Understood.
So part of that is estimated based on our previous concessionaires.
That's fair.
Numbers.
So I assume that you're going to have to make capital improvements to that facility besides the 243 operational that you anticipate receiving in revenue. How much in capital improvements do you anticipate making to that facility?
For the current season, we're probably right around 190 to 200,000.
So just like many of our facilities, that one needs significant improvements. I wouldn't say we have a solid answer on what we're going to do next year as taking it over. I think there have to be some decisions made on what specifically we do with that camp. Our intention would be to go out for another solicitation if we choose to move forward with the camp, and then look for some creative ways to fund some of the capital improvements that are needed.
Okay, well, let me just express to you my concerns. Whichever way the staff decides to make a recommendation, the 3 regional parks generate a ton of money for the city and for the Parks Department, but that money is not being reinvested back into the park. This camp is probably not going to generate the amount of money that it needs for capital improvements, let alone operations. Then we have Granite Park that generates revenue, but that money doesn't make it back into the general fund of the parks. It seems to me that there needs to be some strategy on how these revenue-generating amenities get managed and get
And that's what we
maintained.
intend to do. As far as Camp Fresno, yes, I think we need to look at that and see if it can self-sustain. If it doesn't, then we need to look at potentially doing something different, possibly divesting ourselves of it.
Yeah, and I'm not yet a fan because
I do want to clarify that
because parks are not meant to make money; they're meant to cost. That's why they're publicly funded.
I do want to ask on the Granite Park, the revenue that is generated there, what revenue are you discussing? Because
On
last
the parks?
I recall, we provide $150,000 to that park,
On which one?
Granite Park.
I mean, it generates revenue, right, as a standalone operation. But that revenue doesn't
That
make
is
it
what
back to
we're
the city.
trying to understand at this point, yes.
Right, yeah.
How much revenue it generates and whether it's breaking even.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you. And our parks are in disarray. The restrooms are awful. And it doesn't seem to me like we have a viable plan to make any improvements. I hope you're not solely relying on the taxpayers just approving more cash when we struggle to spend what we've already allocated. So before we get to that place, we need to demonstrate that all the money we have allocated has been spent down. and isn't bogged up in the planning department. Thank you.
Member Chavez.
Thank you, President Gabriel. TJ, thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions. Just wanted to thank our Parks Department staff for the work they've been doing this past year. I was counting the number of years. This is officially my 10th budget. Today we're arguing over a piece of the pie. I remember we were arguing over crumbs, especially for our Parks Department. I remember when we were 300 plus strong. That was a while back. And so, listening to the conversation, I agree. I think we do need to make more investments. And I wanted to make a motion to add $1 million to Parks Department. And I do also want to identify the funding source. So part of being here a while means you got a long memory. So last year we actually budgeted $1 million for the housing that's not used. If you recall, I wanted to transfer that over to Parks and look at expanding soccer fields, futsal, and different programs and services that we have in consultation with the council, and then using the Parks Master Plan as a starting point for that. So if I could get a second on that, put it in the hopper.
Councilmember Chavez, can you clarify, are you talking about taking the $1 million that was budgeted previously, or a new $1 million from this fiscal year?
This was budgeted previously, and just a little bit of background on that. So that was money that we had intended to use for homeless services. We budgeted it when we did not have the $3.5 million that we now have allocated and put into the RFP. So that would be the funding source for that $1 million.
Councilmember Chavez, just to remind you, it was not, we wouldn't set it aside for the homelessness. This was for affordable housing specifically. And I think the issue has been that we don't have enough dollars. As you just brought not that long ago, the project that Mr. Cashin is working on in Southeast, we don't have enough dollars to leverage state and make these projects competitive. So I'd like to have a broader conversation about what dollars
that's part of the conversation that we'll have. It's going in the hopper. We'll vet it. We'll discuss it. And then if there's support, great. If not, then it won't happen.
Yeah, I'd love to support a motion where we are increasing the parks budget by $1 million. I just like to look for other sources of that revenue.
Oh, and all council members are free to make any motions. So if you want to make a motion, I think we're having that conversation now. More than happy to have it.
I think Chief Dyer has volunteered his budget for the $1 million, right? You're next.
All right. So I made the motion. You seconded it. It's in the hopper. Got it? Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, this is the $2 million. Councilmember Soria's was specifically for senior center, correct?
Okay. Next, we'll go to Member Esparza.
Morning, TJ.
Good morning.
So looking here at the summary in parks, identifies the $122 million needed over the next 10 years, to invest in our assets in parks. My question is, I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to clarify. This $122 million, is this the figure, the same 100 plus million that we toss around as far as deferred maintenance, or is this in addition to that? Are we spending this to prevent more deferred maintenance, or is this the total price tag of deferred maintenance currently on our parks?
This is the same figure.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Supported by the
Sure.
Parks
So earlier you spoke about, you sort of from a budgetary perspective, wanted to be wise in your budget as far as the personnel that we have in the Parks Department. I think you admitted out loud to us that you hold the hours down to sort of avoid paying those additional costs required by the Affordable Care Act. Is that correct?
That's not necessarily accurate. Once we enter into that threshold where we are paying for that, they become full-time positions, and that is not within the director's authority to create positions within the department. So we have the positions that we have been allocated. Those folks work full-time, permanent, and fully benefited. Our part-time staff, they do have benefits in terms of sick time, but they do not have health and welfare.
Okay, so my question to you was, we know the council was not in on the meetings where you folks go to the administration with sort of your request, and so what I was leading up to was wanted to ask you, how many of those what could you do with the few more full-time equivalents? I just, earlier when you spoke, I was under the impression that you're sort of purposely holding back and that we sort of purposely had these temporary part-time.
No, we do have, a lot of our work is seasonal also, and that needs to be kept in mind because there's folks with a skill set that is only seasonal or part-time, and it wouldn't be fiscally responsible to have full-time lifeguards, for example. So there are a multitude of positions in our department that it doesn't make sense to have permanent full-time. If we were gifted full-time positions, we would probably look first towards our maintenance and
Okay.
plug those folks into the maintenance structure.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I wanted to switch gears back into a previous topic. How many community centers do we have here in the city of Fresno, publicly funded, that are dedicated exclusively to serving senior citizens?
We currently have 17 centers at the moment, and I do not
Exclusively
believe that
dedicated to serving seniors?
that is, they're dedicated to services. Some of those are under agreements, some of those we fully operate, and if I'm not mistaken, Len Ross would make 18. Is that correct?
So
Counting-
all right, so let me repeat my question. So community centers exclusively dedicated to serving senior citizens?
Oh, just exclusive to senior citizens. We do not have a center that is exclusive to senior citizens that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, I mean, I know we had the task force, and I kind of missed your answer to Councilmember Arias' question earlier. What does a process look like to get us there to a point where we have that type of city facility?
The process, in terms of the facility, the funding is obviously a first step. That's a portion, and I'll let Jim.
So I just want to go back to previous budget cycles. We have, over time, discussed this in previous budget sessions as well as other council meetings, and have now set aside, I believe it's $2.8 million in a multi-generational center. That center was geared towards handling the needs of seniors as well as other citizens. That was the direction that council appeared to be going based on some pretty rigorous debates in the past. So as far as the process, once we have funding set aside to do a center, we've got a great start with $1 million if that gets proposed, but we'll probably need another $7 million to do that. Then we would go out to bid as we would typically do, secure property, go through the design process, move into construction, and open the center. So those are the steps we would typically do once we have funding available to do so. As far as funding, I know that, as I said, $2.8 million has been set aside cumulatively. We got another $1 million for a center. We do intend to look at Prop 68 and any other funding opportunities, and I know we've been looking at other ways to fund that center as of recent.
Hey,
So-
Jim, quick question really quick. We don't own every police and fire station in the city, so why are we stuck on building and owning a senior center?
I'm not sure why you guys are stuck on that.
Couldn't you just lease it?
Sorry.
No,
that
it's
came
fair.
up as an option in the past, and I'm sure we're open to that.
So you do have that option to go lease?
Yes, and one of the things we were looking
Former
at was
bonds
Manchester.
converted.
Yeah,
right?
we looked at Manchester in the past. One of our previous council members was after that option. We can certainly revisit it. I guess my frustration is we need to pick a path.
Yes, agreed. Okay. Well, I mean, we do have. Sorry, that was a question about the actual facility. Can you kind of give us a rundown? Not physical necessarily facility, but what about senior programming? What is kind of our inventory there as far as the city goes?
we currently have 7 sites where we have senior meals, and we have for programming at all 7 of those sites every day. So one of the first things that, and I have had meetings with both some representatives of the senior community, and we're taking a look to find out what are their desires, what are the programming needs that they want that we're not offering, trying to fill those gaps. In addition to looking at other sites within our city, as I mentioned, we do have more than 7 sites, and finding opportunities where we can have a more robust senior presence in those sites as well. And I think that does offer a good intermediary step in between where we are now and a fully dedicated center.
I think that's a productive focus. I know just only recently, Fresno Unified School District renewed their lease at the Manchester Center, where a lot of seniors, they rely on programming that happens there. And so I think it's telling that, the school district, who's supposed to serve our children primarily, is kind of picking up the slack for us. And so I wanted to know kind of what the inventory was.
Yes, and I have met with Fresno Unified Adult School, and we're working together. We're both very excited in terms of identifying opportunities where we can have some win-wins in terms of giving their students opportunities to interact and instruct and expand our services out in the community, as well as take over some of that gap programming, particularly in the winter months coming up, and then next summer, because they are filling the gap this summer, I've confirmed.
Okay, and then the last thing I'll say, not necessarily a question, maybe you have this information. The McKinley and Blackstone senior space was brought up. The multi-general space was brought up. I can't really wrap my head around what level of service we can provide given those spaces, and so the last thing I would say is just that in evaluating the services and the space and the facilities that we are going to provide for seniors, maybe just looking at an analysis of what is the square footage per capita of senior citizens that other cities provide, and are we meeting that with the existing or the forthcoming projects, and if there's a gap that needs to be filled there on our part.
Yes.
And I think that we're taking a step with $1 million motion. And we have a further discussion on whether to own or lease something or to make it happen, but finding some way to create that space.
Agreed, and I do think that's very important to speak to the space that's it's referred to as the Lingo property right there on Blackstone. We've already kind of taken a look at the dimensions, and one of the things that makes a lot of sense to offer in that, and we'd have to work through a lot of that, is more of a technical senior center, because with technology you need less moving space around, so that might be a great gap fill for senior programming, like a senior tech center.
Okay, thank you, DJ.
Member Bretta Phil, you're up.
Yeah, just a couple of things. On the Prop 68, how much money do you envision that we will actually get? Are you able to determine that? I know that's still a moving number, but are you able to tell what Prop 68 will generate for the city?
In terms of a total dollar, I don't have that off the top of my head. Jim probably does.
Okay.
But I do think that we're very confident in the 3 projects that we are moving forward with and that we are in the community engagement portion of our application process. And I believe Quigley, if I'm not mistaken, we're asking for the full $8.5 million on that one and less on the other 2.
The bulk of the Prop 68 money is competitive. So very difficult to see or predict what we'll get. One of the things I would say is we're competing against the entire state, and so I think it would be overly optimistic if we thought we were going to get everything we applied for. We're in this round, I believe, applying for 3 different opportunities, which are sizable. If we were to get 2 of those, I would feel very fortunate. There are also some other opportunities within Prop 68, smaller pots of money. I know I had discussed with a couple of council members the regional parks Prop 68 component. Unfortunately, the city is not able to apply for that directly, and we'd have to look at partners to do so. So we are looking at potentially partnering with the Chaffee Zoo at Roding and folks like the Rotary Club and Shenzhen folks at Woodward once that opportunity comes out. It's very sketchy as to what the requirements are going to be on that one yet, And then there are some other opportunities that we can look into related to green infrastructure and stuff like that.
So we don't know, Jim, what that number will be, and we can't plan on budgeting year after year, say, hey, we got this money from Prop 68, so we can
I would
expect.
not recommend budgeting that way because I think it would be unnecessarily getting people's expectations higher than they really are.
Okay. All right, and we had security, private security for Roding in Woodward Park overnight to help the police. I think it was about $70,000 roughly. How is that going? How's that been operating?
From my understanding, just through discussing with the various stakeholders, it's been going very well. I have specifically heard from the Roding folks that it's helped there. I haven't heard any negatives from the Woodward area other than the police department is happy that that's taken some of the burden off of them. And then there has been some activity where the security folks have noticed issues and then mobilized our homeless task force to help resolve the issues. So generally speaking, just based on what I'm hearing, it's been effective.
Okay, and maybe when we talk to police, they can also enlighten us on that. Okay, thank you.
The screen is cleared. So looking at page B96, the top of the page, it talks about increased utility rate funding. Is there a way we can get LEDs involved with this? I know throughout the city of Fresno, LEDs are saving us millions of dollars, and I don't know if that opportunity exists for
The short
parks.
answer is yes, and we had talked about energy efficiency upgrades. That would be one of our next targets for implementing after we do the MSC and City Hall, which both include LED upgrades. Then we'll start looking at parks, which would include replacement of inefficient HVAC units, as an example, LED lighting. If there's potential, we would do solar. So all of those things would be looked at by a consultant to determine the best course of action.
You know, I kind of knew the answer to that question. I would give you an opportunity to explain how well you are trying to manage this department and the savings you're trying to engage in. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, and I'll give kudos. It's probably a little premature, but the LED street lamp operation, Scott and his folks, that's really moving along well.
Yeah, it is fantastic. I flipped the first switch, as you recall, on the LEDs.
And I do appreciate your compliments. I do want to say that these folks here are the people that are doing the work. I think we have an excellent staff to move forward with the resources we have, and we will make the best of those resources.
In that vein, I wanted to thank everyone in your department. TJ, we had that beach day at Finland Park, fantastic. And Birds of Prey, people were gathered around that. So you guys do great work. I appreciate that. I appreciate each and every one of you and those that are listening to us as well. So please keep up the good work. Just a couple of questions. So they mentioned Community Center and Lynn Ross Center. I have no recollection. My colleagues are in the same vein. It's a community center? Is that what we were said?
It is not a community center at this time. It's property that we acquisitioned.
Pull that mic down right there. We can hear your voice. Great.
It is property that we received through donation.
What's the square footage on that roughly? I was told it's 800 square feet or...
No, it's more than that. There's a warehouse component to it, though, so I believe it's about 2,000.
It's like 800 square feet of office space and like 1,000 square feet of warehouse space.
Yes.
We can get you that exact number. I'm hearing different ones. I thought it was around 4,000 square feet, half of it usable office space, but
might be.
Don't take my word for that. We can get the exact numbers, though.
Yeah, where is that located? My colleagues are asking me, and I have no idea.
Next to Sunset Elementary School, West Fresno, off Kearney.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we can save some money, and $70,000 seems like a lot, but our whole budget, everything is very expensive these days. I understand that. But my colleagues didn't understand that, so I'm glad we have some clarity
Well,
on
and
that issue.
we're just not ruling out offering programs there, so we could potentially, it could be a future site is what the point of that was.
Okay. And then I wanted to quickly address the Camp Fresno. I was on the YMCA Board of Directors for a number of years, and we have Sequoia Lake. It's a hidden jewel in the Sierras near General Grant Tree. And we ran that program as best we could, and it never, ever penciled out. And it's tragic because people that had enjoyed the YMCA in the past, they always talked about two things. One, swimming, learning to swim at the YMCA, which is around the corner and it's now closed. The second thing was the Camp Sequoia experience. So it's very meaningful to people. On the other hand, the dollars to donuts, as they say, doesn't match up, so I don't know how we're going to manage that. I know it's a great amenity, impacts people's lives, but I'm just letting you know it's a real challenge. We battle that.
This will be a telling year.
Yeah, it's if I can help, let me know. I do have my notes and so forth from budgeting back in those days. And then I love our seniors. You know, there's a couple of seniors up here. Don't want to admit it, but we're part of the Silver Panther crowd, if you know what I mean. And so I just want to thank you. I just want to make some comments. Thanks, TJ. I just wanted to indicate that if there's 17 community centers in the city of Fresno, there are 0 in District 4. So I've brought this up to the administration a number of times, and guess what? We're moving on that. We're going to finally get a community center in Fresno in District 4 to service my community of about 73,000 people. So you may ask, well, where do they go for community services? Community center services to relate to seniors. They go to Clovis. Clovis is contiguous with my district. Bus service runs out that way. I've been to that facility. It's pretty amazing. They're going to bump up to, I believe I want to say 28,000 square feet. I'm not sure, but it's like $18 million. This is really spendy stuff, as they say in Montana, very spendy and well worth it, but it just takes a lot of dollars. So in my community center, or our community center in District 4, you know, D4, we have no senior meals. I've got many seniors in my district. We don't have a lot of the amenities that the rest of Fresno has. And the key or linchpin to that is a community center. So that's what we're diligently working on now. And the staff and Jim and everyone else has really been very helpful. My colleagues have really helped me out a lot in that regard. So we're on our way to a community center. And I don't call it a community center. I call it a multi-generational center. So everyone is welcome. We share and share alike. Seniors to preschoolers to, I think I have 17 schools within a 3-mile radius of a potential location at Cedar and Gettysburg. So there's lots of need. We're working hard on it. I appreciate the administration's help. I appreciate my colleagues' help on that, and we're moving it along. So if we get this done, you all are welcome, and we will all share and share alike, and I think it'll be fantastic for our entire community. So with that,
Council President, I do want to make a motion to include $250,000 for grant writing consultants. It looks like we need more help in making sure we can secure as much state and federal resources as possible for the Parks Department.
Did you say consultant? Just
Correct.
clarifying.
grant writing, I believe is his phrase.
Grant writing consultant.
And now, speaking of senior centers, though, I forgot one moment here. So in my course of conversation on a center, I've had a conversation with the people at Granite Park, namely Mr. Frazier, and he indicates that there's land available there. And I haven't gotten into the details with him, but if it's a possibility that you folks could carry the torch over there and chat with him and see what you can blend up, mix up, and come up with, it might be the land portion of a community center. So Granite Park, we all know where that is, and Mr. Frazier has been enthusiastically recruiting me for a senior, not a senior center, a center at that location. So there might be an outlet for you folks. I don't know if you've tried that or not. I don't see any heads moving. So there's a potential opportunity. So thank you all very much. And so with that, we'll move on to the police department.
I just for clarification, did the last motion have a second? Okay, thank you.
We're thinking of taking a lunch break and then doing police after we come back from lunch.
Okay.
All right, that's reasonable. I just, again, want to let everyone know I have some commitments to clients in the legal world. And with that in mind, I guess we'll close this portion and we will resume at 1:30. City Manager, is that a good time for you, or?
That works for me. It's important today, though, that we hear both police and fire because the fire chief has a commitment the next day that we meet for budget.
Very good.
Okay, great.
All right, thanks, everyone. Thanks for being here and your patience, and we'll resume at 1:30.
1:32. So we'll come back into session. Is the chief of police here? Can somebody tell him to get off the cameras? Channel 30, stop, put the camera down, because then we can't get the chief of focus. It's all right, we have a quorum. We're good to go. Chief, we're back in session. You have the floor, or waiting for the budget director? Budget director. Oh, we got a couple of missing people. Where's the pager at? Which one is it?
If you could just give us a minute to track down Henry, we'd appreciate
Sure.
it. Okay?
It's my ADHD. I'm paging people.
Did I restrain him? Hopefully that's not that 911 button.
Henry, here we go.
I think the morning was so rough, he just decided not to come back, right?
All right, paging Henry, you have the floor. We're ready to begin the police department's very expansive budget.
Great investment, by the way.
All right. Okay, the police department's budget starts on page B113. Their primary funding sources are the general fund and special revenues such as grants. Their total overall budget is $201,764,000, which is about a 9.5% change from the FY19 amended. Their general fund budget is $184,783,400, and that's about a 12% increase from FY19. Total permanent FTE positions are 1,122, which is up by 0.25. And total sworn is the same as last year at 835. On page B125, the police department's overall revenues total $27,147,000, and that's a decline of $2.3 million from the amended budget. Of the overall decline, intergovernmental revenues account for $1.6 million of that decline, and this decrease primarily reflects an anticipated decline of grant revenues. However, the department will continue to seek out future grant opportunities in the fiscal year. In addition, transfers declined by about $1.1 million. And the transfers is primarily due to there was a one-time transfer of $1.2 million in FY19, and that was for the construction of the Southeast Police Station, which is scheduled to be completed by May of 2020. The department's non-personnel budget is at $18.6 million, which is $95,700 of an increase from the amended. Significant items impacting the non-personnel budget includes $190,000 to fund body cameras
agreements. Specifically, of that 190,000, 100,000 was previously funded by the Police Chiefs Foundation. However, that's no longer available. Now the general fund is covering that 100,000. There's 207,000 to cover mandatory scheduled maintenance for Skywatch helicopters. There's 111,800 for the replacement of 115 ballistic vests. And there's 30,000 added to the non-personnel budget to cover anticipated PG&E increases. Also, I'd like to add that there's 182,400 that was added for ammunition needs for new officers and ongoing training. The interdepartmental budget for the department totals $22 million. That has about almost $11 million increase. And that increase is primarily driven by, there's $7 million that relates to the Public Safety Fleet Unit. And that again was, Public Safety Fleet Unit was in the general fund last year. It's now been assigned as an internal service provider. So by doing so, the internal service provider will be collecting for their services through the ID budget. In addition to that, there are new vehicles that have been budgeted. There's $192,500 for 30 new patrol vehicles through lease financing. There's $117,300 for 31 new plane vehicles, again through lease financing. And then also there's $38,300 for 10 new motorcycles, again all lease financing. And lastly, there's $200,000 to acquire a fully outfitted SWAT command truck. One thing I'd also like to point out with the ID budget is there is $1.9 million that was added for anticipated increases related to the liability self-insurance charge. And again, that was in the ability for the city to help replenish the depleted reserves with the liability fund. As far as the personnel budget, it totals $161,119,500. That's up by about $6.5 million. And the increase primarily corresponds to the net effect of a full year funding of new permanent positions that were approved in FY19, along with contractual MOU of understanding obligations, as well as future reserve coverage, such as workers' comp. Also like to point out, though, with understaffing is there is $1 million that is budgeted in the general fund to provide full funding for 15 student resource neighborhood officers. These were previously funded at 70% by the 2050 COPS hiring grant. Now they've shifted into the general fund. Council Vice President, that concludes my overview. Again, the department and staff are here for questions.
Thank you. Chief, would you like to address the council before we bring it up for public comment and questions?
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, I know Henry did a great job of covering the overview. I know there's been concerns about, or at least some, perhaps a perception that the budget increased significantly, but there were no personnel added to that. And I believe he covered it very, very well in the fact that there was a $7 million transfer from Fleet. Last year, it was outside of our department's budget. This year, it's inside. And that $7 million was a significant portion of it. But I can tell you, really, the things that we really received in this budget, and that may be helpful. I think the highlight was the ballistic vest that were received, $111,000 for 115 vests, the 31 plane cars, and I think what may not be spelled out, at least in detail, is the tremendous need for those vehicles. We went through about a 5-year period without replacing any of our detective cars, undercover cars, etc. And what ended up happening was a significant number of those vehicles ended up going well above the 100,000 mark, and in some cases 200,000. And so, as one would expect, when they have a maintenance issue, the maintenance cost far exceeds what the value of the car is. So slowly we have been losing those vehicles in our fleet, upwards of about 30 to 40. And so the 31 unmarked cars does not get us where we need to be, but it allows us to get a step closer. Same holds true with the patrol vehicles. We were on a replacement cycle of about 50 patrol vehicles per year. We replace them every 5 years. This year we're going to be replacing 30 of those patrol cars. Again, not where we need to be, but we fully understand some of the restrictions that the budget has. I know that the body-worn camera issue was discussed briefly, and I do want to say that I had went out and received $500,000 for a body-worn camera program as part of the Chiefs Foundation. That was over a 5-year period, $100,000 per year. And we also cover a portion of that in our grant, state grant. The 5-year period ended with the last payment this last year, and that's why that $100,000 had to be transferred into the general fund. And then there was some helicopter maintenance, again, mandatory maintenance that's required that had to occur this year, and that's what added to those accounts. So those are really the major expenditures, and when you see a budget increase but you don't see personnel, it begs the question, why? And I wanted to make sure you had the why.
Thank you. Now, before we come to the council, I'd like to go out to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to speak to this item of the police department's budget? All right, seeing none. Councilmember Esparza, you're up first.
Sure. I had a couple questions about the grants. I see here there was a decrease in both the state and the federal. That adds up to quite a bit. I think about 1.4, 1.5 in total. And I know you said there is going to be a pursuit of those grants. But what more specifically do these grants impact?
I can tell you on the one grant that the biggest reduction was approximately 3 years ago. We received a grant from the COPS office. That COPS office allowed us to fund not quite 50% of a cost of a police officer, somewhere around 45%. And I approached the Fresno Unified School District and asked if they would cover a match with us. So between the Fresno Unified and the police department, we covered 55% of the grant. And that was for a 3-year period. That grant has now run out. So Fresno Unified and the city of Fresno will now be partnering on that. But that was the biggest portion, and that's why you'll see about $1,020,000 that is in there that transferred from the grant back down to general fund.
Okay. My next question was about the ISF, the Internal Service Fund, and converting the fleet's, maintenance and all of that money into a fund. I'm pretty sure I see the benefit of it, but I wanted to hear directly from you folks, what the logic behind that was.
Well, what happens is by moving the public safety fleet as its own internal service provider, it'll actually give us greater visibility in terms of reporting expenses. So we'll see the full cost, if you will, that is associated with the police department or that is associated with the fire department, as opposed to just public safety fleet housing it in their own budget. This just gives us better, again, visibility.
To be able to identify it.
Yes.
Okay,
More accountability as well.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. Chief, how many so there are 835 authorized positions. How many sworn officers do we have currently?
We are averaging right now, and I'll break it down for you because it's a little bit confusing in the fact that we have authorized 835 police officer positions. Of those, 10 are actually police cadets that would be in the academy. So of the 825, it fluctuates, but right now somewhere around the 815 mark. So 815 to 816. So we're really about 9 to 10 police officer positions that we're in the process of filling. Those are individuals that are in the background phase or the medical, psychological, conditional offer. So very close to being full. We hover right around the 99%, usually about a 1% vacancy.
Yeah, I was going to ask, over the past 3, 4, 5 fiscal years, I mean, what is the average sort of vacancy rate?
Well, we went through a period of time where the vacancy rate was up around 2.5%. And that was at a time we were having a difficult period of time recruiting police officers. And that has changed dramatically. And we were also having a difficult time retaining police officers during the recession. So that has changed. We're about, currently the last 2 years, about a 1% vacancy rate.
Okay. Chief, would you describe, I guess, sort of the method of policing that we utilize here in the city of Fresno? Would you describe that as the majority of it as community-based policing?
I would say when you ask what type of style of policing, I think it's a mixed style. The direction given by me is that we are heavily engaged in the community, building trust, building relationships in all parts of Fresno, especially certain parts of Fresno. I think that we constantly have to work at gaining that trust in the southern part of the city. The efforts also include, though, in addition to the community engagement, is certainly preventing crime, reducing crime. And that happens with some of our special response teams. It may happen with our traffic units. It happens with the officers that are out in the field every day that are out there attempting to solve crime. But the goal, the overall goal, is for us to have an organization that is trusted. And in order to do that, there has to be a combination of things happen. One, we must be fully engaged in the community, treat people with dignity and respect. But we also have to lower crime because people have to feel confident in their police department that they can keep them safe in their neighborhoods. So it's really a balanced approach to policing. But absent that community policing portion of it, we would fail.
Okay. Well, I mean, the reason I asked that question is we have 835 authorized positions. And, I mean, you're on your way out, but just in your professional opinion, could we expand that model at our current level? And if not, I mean, what, just for future reference, what would be required on the city's parts?
Sure. So you're asking what's holding us back now in terms of personnel that would get us to where we need to be in terms of community policing?
Essentially, yes.
Yes, okay. And I think that's a great question. 10 years ago, we had 849 police officers. Today, we're funded at 835 police officers. 10 of those are police cadets. The calls for service have increased dramatically over the years. Our officers handle about 1,200 calls a day in the city. So there has to be a sufficient number of officers in the field to handle those calls to get to them timely. And we also have to have a certain number of officers assigned to investigations to do the follow-up on homicides and robberies and sexual assaults, etc. So whenever you divide those police officers out over 7 days a week, 24 hours a day in the various assignments, and you realize the fact that at any given time we have 75 police officers unavailable due to long-term absence, military leave, family leave, one of those issues, it doesn't leave us very many police officers to do all the things we want to do or required to do. And especially in a city with 120 square miles or so. So I would venture to say if we had an additional 80 police officers today in the city, that's a combination of maybe hiring some and lowering that long-term absence.
Sure.
We would be able to significantly engage the community more police officers in the Tower District on bicycles, more police officers downtown. In fact, I would love to double the number of officers we have downtown on bicycle units because of the expansion we've seen in the Cultural Arts District and so forth. Bicycle officers on Kings Canyon corridor, more bicycle officers in some of the northern parts of the city that are lacking today. So another 80 police officers in our department, a combination of reducing our long-term absence and hiring police officers, whatever that looks like, we could get there. I'm very, very confident of that.
Okay, yeah, you answered my question. That's exactly. I was looking for that number. Just
Sure.
what would it take, right? If we as a city were fully committed to moving in that direction.
Yeah, if we got our long-term absence down to 40 police officers, there's 35 that we could use, and you hire another 45, we're there.
Okay.
We're there today.
Sure. I'll move on to a different topic. The 18 fax officers we have, they are under PD?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 2 sergeants and 16 officers assigned.
Okay. Do they, to the best of your knowledge, do they have any sort of dedicated space? I mean, they're pretty much always on the move. I'm not sure how many are on duty at any given time. But do they have like a home base?
Well, they work 7 days a week. They're spread out various hours on their shifts. And to my knowledge today, they are working with our transportation folks at their offices. That's that communication they have with them. So that's currently where they're at today.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'd like to identify, I'd like to kind of solidify some space for them in the little fax building we have there off of Blackstone, right in front of Manchester. I think I'd like to kind of formally, make that a spot for them, a home base for them, if you will. Yeah.
Well, I would, I'd be supportive of having those police officers closer to where they're assigned. So those, for example, the one sergeant and the officers that are assigned to the BRT, Bus Rapid Transit, they work the Kings Canyon corridor, the Blackstone corridor, they work the downtown corridor. So if they were housed in any of those areas, obviously that's going to bring them closer to where their normal work hours are. The other officers that are assigned to fax, they work all over the city. So however that works, we're flexible. Unlike the fire department where you have the fire district stations in certain neighborhoods for a reason, it really doesn't matter with us in terms of where those officers are assigned because they're 95% of the time they're out in the field. So,
all right, Chief. Well,
I'm open to ideas, I guess.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, that concludes my questions for the time being.
Thank you.
Councilmember Butterfield has the floor.
Hey, Chief, how many officers, if we had unlimited resources, do you need to effectively, adequately, proficiently patrol the city of Fresno with 525,000 people? Because 835, though it's budgeted, I know is not enough.
Right.
But what is that number?
Well, just in Councilman Esparza, I was trying to share with him, I think if we had the availability of another 80 police officers to us, whether that's hiring officers or reducing the long-term absence, that would give us that ability. Part of our, I think part of our restriction is we have about 70 police officers that are dedicated to various assignments based on outside funding, whether that's at the schools or ABC grant officer, some of the restrictions that we have on our fax officers, 3 officers assigned to sanitation. When you add those officers up, they reduce the flexibility I have with those officers. And so I would say a combination of 80 more officers would give us the ability to do the things we need to do today.
Which you're saying like over 900 right now. We're at 835, but you say there's 810 in actuality. You have 70 assigned to specific patrol sites, but 90 more roughly police officers, or 900 police officers. Is that what you're saying?
Right around the 900 mark, or just under there.
Okay. And if you got those 80 police officers, in what way would you be able to be more effective in terms of dealing with the crime situation in the city of Fresno that you're not able to do right now?
Number one, we would be much more responsive in terms of our investigative follow-up on cases like child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, shootings, robberies, those types of things. We've depleted those investigative positions to add more presence in the field with officers. We do a very good job of getting to our life-threatening calls for service timely, as well as our in-progress incidents, but we do not get to lower-level calls where a crime has occurred, but the suspect is no longer there, but it still requires an officer to respond. Our response time to those are significantly delayed. So that would reduce that dramatically. We would be able to respond to those calls more quickly. The other thing would be to have significant number of officers in neighborhoods, working with those people that live in those neighborhoods where we could become more personable, where they know who their officers are, where we might be able to enhance the presence of officers in those neighborhoods by putting them on bicycles versus in a patrol car, where they would not necessarily be responsive to 911 calls, but responsive to the needs of that neighborhood and being involved in problem solving. At one time in our city, we had 75 dedicated officers to neighborhoods. They were called neighborhood police officers, and that's all they did. And they were funded by a federal grant for 3 years, 100%. Once the grant ran out, obviously we lost those positions. So that's ideally what we would be able to do. So enhancement and investigative follow-up of all crimes, more responsive to some of the lower level crimes that require an officer, increased visibility of officers in neighborhoods for problem solving.
Okay, and so responsiveness, enhanced investigation, would there be a deterrence factor to crimes if you had 80 more police officers?
Absolutely. Anytime we increase the presence of uniformed officers in neighborhoods and we're focused on problem solving, that is, what is contributing to the calls, what is contributing to crime, and we get to the root cause with those officers, those are problem solving officers, then you're going to deter crime in the first place or displace it. That displacement is going to be to either other neighborhoods or outside of the city, preferably, and we've done that in the past as well.
Okay, so yeah, obviously I would think deterrence would be a big factor with 80 more police officers. Now, we've talked a lot about some of the laws out of Sacramento, Prop 4757, the AB 109 realignment. Has that affected your department's ability to make the city safer?
It's not only impacted or made it more difficult for us to be able to keep control of crime and reduce calls, it's had an impact on the entire criminal justice system. Mm-hmm. And that is, there's a lot of inefficiencies that occur today. For example, I think we all know that one of the underlying problems that drive crime in our city is addiction to methamphetamine. And getting those individuals off of the streets into treatment programs is key. Having the ability to mandate treatment is what really makes it work, because very few of them will do it voluntarily. Under the old system with the drug courts, when we would arrest somebody on a possession of a methamphetamine, they would then appear before the courts within a relatively short period of time, based on us arresting them, taking them to jail, and the judge would offer them either treatment or a felony conviction. Oftentimes, they would take the treatment the vast majority of times to avoid a felony conviction, and then eventually that felony became a misdemeanor or went away. When the law changed and did away with the felony charge and made it a misdemeanor, those same individuals are now cited, issued a citation out in the field. Their drugs are taken and booked into evidence, and they're given a promise to appear date, which they generally don't appear at. Then there's a warrant issued. Our officers then track them down and arrest them on the warrant or issue them a citation for the warrant. Or we book them in jail. The jail is full. They get released early. They still don't get to go before a magistrate. So that's the inefficiency of our criminal justice system today. But I will say this, for those individuals who ultimately make their way into treatment, there's a much higher success rate. It's just getting them to that point under the current restrictions of California law.
And is that not also related to the homeless task force in terms of when you engage people either homeless or we know about the folks panhandling in terms of, fueling their own addictions? Is that related as well? And that brings me into the question of the homeless task force needing additional resources in terms of dealing with what is, I think, one of the most primary concerns for a lot of people is watching the homeless continue to grow, the panhandling continue to grow.
Absolutely.
So perhaps you can address needing more officers in terms of the homeless task force.
Sure. Well, there's really 5 things that drive the presence of homelessness in our city. Number 1 is addiction to alcohol. 2 is addiction to drugs. 3 is mental health. 4 is abandoned veterans that are out there in our streets that have been abandoned. And 5 is really the domestic violence victims that are out there today that are not able to get shelter. Those are the 5 areas that have to be focused on, I believe, in order to address homelessness. When our officers are out there, every single time they make a contact with somebody on the street, they're offered services. Seldom do they ever take advantage of those services.
Less than 1%. That's what we were told.
1% or less
Okay.
of the people that are contacted accept the services. So it makes it very difficult if people don't want to do those things. And so what we end up doing is moving them along, trying to get them somehow, some way to the rescue mission, the Poverello House. But that's what, unfortunately, people in this community see in the businesses, on the street corners, in their neighborhood. They're out there, picking up recyclables, they're panhandling. They're doing all of those things, and it's very, very visible to our community, which is why we get so many complaints. From about 20% of our officers' time during the course of a day is spent on calls dealing with the homeless.
So, I don't want to gloss over the fact that there's incredible needs within the police department. And I know this has been, referred to in a sense as the status quo budget, and I don't think we should accept this being a status quo in terms of law enforcement. I think our priority number 1 always is public safety, and there's no hiring of police officers in this budget, which I think, from my point of view, is really unacceptable. In light of everything you've just outlined, in light of everything we talk about, in light of what all of us here campaign on, which is to make our city safe, we can talk about parks. We have great needs in parks. There's no question about that. We have great needs for repair of sidewalks and streets. Completely agree, completely support that. But ultimately, if we don't have a safe city, adding parks just creates another venue for the homeless and criminals to hang out in. And we already have difficulty with that. So, I think this is a very serious problem that we face with this budget. I think we need to hire police officers. I have another question regarding the 911. Councilmember Soria and I were able to have the council adopt getting, I believe it was 8 more dispatchers, which are going through the training process now. We know that there was emergency calls where people are on for 10 minutes, 5 minutes on a 911 call. We can sit here and think that's not a big deal until we need to dial 911 and need a police officer. Right. So that, you said, is going to make a difference. However, it's not going to fully solve the problem, and I'm interested, how many more 911 dispatchers does the police department need so that when people call, they can get a call answered quickly when there's a true emergency?
Well, currently we are at the staffing level, thanks to council and the mayor and the manager, adding those 8 dispatchers mid-year. They actually came on in February, and they are going through the training process. That puts us at the staffing level we had 10 years ago. We have 95 dispatchers today. That's what we had back in 2009. And it has helped.
How many is that? I'm sorry, Mr. What's the number?
95 dispatchers today, 24/7 coverage. And those are the ones that work the radio channels that actually interact with the officers, as well as the ones that handle the incoming calls, both 911 and non-emergency. One of the things that has, and I think will continue to benefit us, we haven't seen it yet, is the one call center, the 311 number. That is going to take some load off of us during the day hours when they're open. We don't know what that is yet because it's so relatively new, but probably somewhere in the vicinity of 16 dispatchers is where we're going to need to get to at some point here in the next
16 more?
16.
And each dispatcher, the cost is 40 to 50?
They're probably, Jane or Pedro or Henry may have a 65-ish all in. About 65 with everything. 65,000 or so.
Okay. 650. Okay. All right.
And again, I want to, I don't know what the impact's going to be on the 311. So,
right.
We're still trying to fill our way through that. And when we get these 8 that are released, so that 16.
But if you're needing 16 in your thoughts now, if the council came up with 10 more, you'd be close, for sure.
It'd make a significant impact, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
And just out of curiosity, how many gangs are in Fresno?
Currently, we have about 100 gangs in Fresno comprising their membership. Somewhere about 20,000 gang members and associates that are in those. Some of those are what we call validated gangs. Some of those are individuals that are involved in criminal activity as part of that gang, but maybe we haven't validated them yet. And then, it gets broken down from there in terms of which ones are the most active, which ones are the most violent in our city, but overall about 20,000 gang members in the city.
Okay. And before I make my motion, you give updates on crime rates. Often, I hear you say it goes down. I think people get an impression that we don't have the challenges that we do in terms of dealing with 20,000 gang members and burglaries and auto theft. At this point right now, if somebody's car is broken into, even their home gets broken into and they find it broken into, but there's not an immediate threat, police officers, I understand, don't even typically come out. They often have to submit reports online because you don't have enough police officers. Is that correct?
That's right. We have online reporting where people that are victims of crime, they don't want to wait for a police officer or a cadet to come out. They can go online and take a report. That's good for them if they need it for insurance, bad for us if we need to retrieve physical evidence that allows us to solve that crime. And then, one time we had community service officers that would be out in the field handling those we do not have. And so, like every other department in the city, you really prioritize what's most important to the citizens and use the resources you have to try to meet those needs. And along the way, a lot of things fall by the wayside, unfortunately. There are times when I stand in front of the media at Crime View sessions, and I feel really optimistic and confident about the direction we're heading in crime reduction. For example, we're down 9% in violent crime this year. We're down 1% last year. But we had 13 shootings in our city last week, 5 of them yesterday. So I can't say we've made it. We make progress, and then we step back. And so that's the challenge we face today in our city.
So with that in mind, Council, I think we ought to be hiring police officers. We're not going to hire 80 police officers. I think we should be hiring dispatchers because the need is great, and public safety ought to be the number one issue on our minds all the time. Certainly, as I said, I support parks and expansion and maintenance, same as with streets. If we hired 15 police officers, it'd be roughly about $1.5 million. If we hired 10 dispatchers, it'd be roughly about $650,000, which is about $2.1 million. I'd like to make a motion that the council will seriously deliberate these funds, that we take $1 million from the set aside for the affordable housing that was passed a year ago, that's been sitting in a fund for a year. Now, I know people are very concerned about affordable housing. I am as well. We have home grants that we have for affordable housing. We'll be looking at those dollars. And if we truly want to get affordable housing available, we need to take a look at regulations and zoning and tax credits, not just come up with $1 million to subsidize a housing project. We need to take a serious look if we want to create affordable housing, and we need to build. And the more we build, that's where you're going to have prices come down. That's where there'll be affordable housing. And again, we take a look at our regulations, our zoning, and tax credits. So I'm all for affordable housing, but taking $1 million for that instead of putting it towards public safety, I think is the wrong direction. So I'd like to set aside, commit that money for the police officers as well as the dispatchers. We have a reserve, and there'll be talk about that. We got $34 million. I support having a reserve. I support it actually being at 10%. But I also believe that the reserve should be used when we have great need for public safety. And we had great need for public safety years ago when I served on the council, and we used grant money and all kinds of funds to hire several hundred police when we were inundated with crime. I would make a motion as part of this that we take 5% of the reserve, which is $1.7 million, still leaving $32.5 million in the reserve, and use that $1.7 million again towards either the 15 police officers and 10 dispatchers. And lastly, we have a rental inspection program that I've never been a fan of. I've never been supportive of it. It's a $1.7 million cost, at least it was when it was implemented. It may be more. I know there are monies that come in and to offset that $1.7 million, but I think we ought to take a serious look at the rental inspection program. It basically is a program to go after the 10 or 15% of the owners that don't take care of their properties and basically ends up ultimately harassing 85 to 90% of the homeowners that don't do that, actually take care of their properties and do a very good job. So I think the rental inspection program is something we should take a look at. There are new council members that didn't vote for it. I would hope they would also take a look at where are the priorities that we have for the dollars that we need. When you look at the rental inspection program, which is $1.7 million, when you look at the housing set aside that we didn't spend for over a year, that's $1 million. When we take 5% of the general reserve and commit it specifically to 911 dispatchers and 15 police officers, that's $1.7 million. That's $4.4 million that this council can look at in terms of funding 10 police officers and 15 police officers and 10 dispatchers. I think the council needs to get very serious. I'd like to make a motion that we consider that, look at those sources of funding, and commit the $2.1 million to get the 911 dispatchers, 10 of them, and 15 police officers, and that would be my motion.
Councilmember Bredderfield, I'll be happy to second your motion, but can you just repeat your motion for the help with staff?
Sure. It would be the $1 million housing set aside that we did last year, that's still there. It would be 5% of the reserve, which is $1.7 million. And it would be actually to eradicate the rental inspection program, which I believe is $1.7 million at this point. I don't know exactly what it is, which would be a total of $4.4 million. And if we actually looked at that for public safety and committed those dollars, we could also be looking at many other things, including parks and fire and things of that sort.
Okay, motion's been made. It's been seconded by myself.
Council, if I could ask for a clarification here. On the taking money from the reserve, are you actually talking about taking money out of the existing reserve?
Yes.
Or holding back on funding, additional funding?
Taking money out from the existing reserve and committing it towards the officers.
There is a separate required process for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have to, I think that would be outside a budget motion. It could be both, but we'd have to go through that process too, and I think it requires 5 votes.
The legal counsel, the budget proposes to put additional money into the reserve, so we can just simply redirect that money into the motion, right?
That would be correct. If that's exactly, Doug, what we need to do, where we take the incoming, that would be perfectly fine.
A smoother option.
Okay.
If that's the option, then that's the motion.
Then
Thank
let
you,
the record
Councilman.
reflect the change of the incoming funds into the reserve. That would be part of that motion.
Thank you.
All right, and the second, I agree, since I second the motion. Now, Councilmember Chavez, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. So, Chief, I've got a couple of questions. The 71 vehicles that we're doing the lease on, so what's the preference on leasing rather than purchasing vehicles? Is there savings? I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, not necessarily a savings, but it allows us to have a built-in replacement fund. So we're doing 10 motorcycles, and then in this fiscal year, there'll only be one payment on that. There's generally two payments. You have 31 plane cars, again, one payment, and then the 30 patrol vehicles, marked vehicles. The basis for doing that is at one point in time in our history, many, many years ago, we used to purchase our cars outright, and then we had a vehicle replacement fund. And at one point in time in our city, that vehicle replacement fund got eliminated and diverted to take care of some other pressing needs in the city, which set us back. So from that point forward, there was a desire to lease vehicles on a 5-year replacement. So those vehicles would be a 5-year lease. And then since that budget was already built in, it would serve as your replacement fund. It was a cycle. And that cycle allowed us to replace somewhere between 250 to 300 vehicles every 5 years we would replace our vehicles, in essence. And so you have to pay the additional for the lease, but it is built in, and it's not such a big hit all at once on the general fund.
And then since we're using local dollars with this, maybe this a question for city attorney. Does the local preference for local businesses apply to this lease as well? Is it for purchases?
For a lease purchase?
Are you talking about the purchase of the vehicle itself?
Well, the agreement, the lease agreement.
Because the lease is through our centralized lease or financing. It's not through an outside agency. We already have an agreement. The master lease agreement is the vehicle for doing that. So
who's the agreement with?
Mike Lima would have that answer.
I think it's already been bid, and this is a matter of
Yes,
adding some to that contract.
I'm not sure who the entity is, but that was bid out, and we selected a firm for that. We keep a rolling credit line available.
I'll bottom line it for you. This is my concern. My concern is that we should be using local car dealerships
So
to provide
in this
these
case,
services.
we would bid it out, bid the actual purchase, regardless of how we finance the vehicles, whether it be cash or lease, and everybody would have the opportunity. Since it's general fund money, I believe local preference would apply.
And this would come back to council when that is executed?
On the patrol cars, I believe we have already bid out via requirements contract. And so that agreement, I think, is already in place, and it would have come to council already. I'll double check. On the other vehicles, the motorcycles and the undercover, yeah, we would bid those out unless they were below the 100 and some odd threshold. And the reason why we do that is because when we're looking at undercovers, we don't buy a uniform group of vehicles. We buy a lot of different ones. Otherwise, everybody would know that police officers are driving Ford Tauruses.
Yeah.
So those we tend to buy in smaller quantities, and they may not be enough to merit coming to council.
Although in Southeast, I'll tell you, they're pretty easy to spot.
I can't speak to that.
I think the chief knows that. Okay, I got that. Chief, just a question for you. Earlier, we were talking about community-based policing and what that model looks like. I think everybody understands, or most folks understand, what the traditional police enforcement model looks like. How would you describe community-based policing? Because earlier we talked about establishing trust, 80 additional officers that are working in the neighborhoods. What does that model look like for the community, for the partners, for the officers?
Bottom line, every police officer that's out there in the field should be practicing what we refer to as community policing. That means a police officer that is dispatched to a call, when they get there, their primary focus is satisfying that person that called, solving whatever problem they have in their neighborhood, but looking beyond the call and trying to prevent that next call from coming in or that neighbor having to call the police. The second thing is to have sufficient number of officers in the field to where they don't feel pressured to go call to call to call. At any given time, like this weekend, we had 140 plus calls holding, waiting for an officer to come in service to handle. The last thing that officer really is thinking about is, unfortunately, is patrolling that neighborhood and knocking on doors and getting to know people, because there's 130 calls holding for them. So ideally, freeing up officers, having a sufficient number of officers to where, number one, they're not pressured to go call to call to call, and two, freeing police officers up in neighborhoods to where they're not responsive to calls necessarily outside of that neighborhood. That's their focus, that neighborhood, getting to know the people within that 4, 5, 6 block area, and exchanging information, building relationships to when an incident occurs, a crime occurs, that person feels comfortable calling that officer directly. And that is really the vision I would have for this city at some point in time, to have enough officers in these neighborhoods where people knew exactly who their neighborhood officer was.
That makes sense. I'm trying to understand it from, if you recall, when we put school resource officers at Fresno Unified, right? There was some pushback, there was some criticism on, oh, you're putting law enforcement in our schools, but the relationship, the dynamics that exist between the officer and the students is very different than when you just respond to an incident.
Yes.
And so I think it's important for our community to understand how the city of Fresno defines community-based policing, right? Is it what you described is along the lines of the workload of an officer. I guess I'm trying to go a little bit deeper to how do you build a relationship with those residents, with the folks in the community?
It's number one is based on philosophy. Number two is based on having the sufficient resources. For example, the officers on the schools, it is not their responsibility to introduce kids into the criminal justice system. It's to keep them out. It's an officer on campus that gets to know the kids, the students, to build relationships with them, to be a coach, to be a mentor, to do everything they can to keep them out. And I will tell you this, we keep statistics called student contact analysis, and we put them on our webpage, and you can see the dramatic reductions that have occurred in students that are being arrested, students that are entering into the criminal justice system. Dramatic reductions with the youth courts that we have, with the Victim Offender Reconciliation Program on the schools. All of our SROs and SROs are trained in that. And it's about how do we get students on campus to work together, to interact with each other. And that's what we do on the campuses. The same holds true in neighborhoods. That's really what we ought to be about, is trying to not fill our jails, not fill our prisons, but we need to at times arrest people, right? There are certain individuals that you got to take out of society because they're violent, they're dangerous, they're addicted to drugs, they need to get treatment, they're victimizing people one after another. So I guess the bottom line is it's philosophy. It's what direction we give our officers when they're interacting with the public. But I can have the best philosophy in the world and say I want every officer involved in community policing. But when you have fewer officers than you did 10 years ago, and the calls for service have increased dramatically, that philosophy may not work very well.
So if the city of Fresno engaged in a community-based policing model, say we were drafting something, like who do you think should be at the table for that conversation to take place?
Well, obviously, it requires a number of folks that are CBOs, partners. It requires the school district, our district commanders, and it also requires perhaps some of those individuals that live in the neighborhood that have neighborhood block captains and so forth, community residents. And I will say, you know, for example, in the southern part of the city, you've seen what's occurred in southwest Fresno with Captain Salazar, central Fresno with Captain Cooley, and in southeast Fresno with Captain Martinez. We have a significant portion of community policing in those districts. we're out in the neighborhoods. We're having what's referred to as block parties. We shut down the streets and we bring 400 or 500 people out. We partner with a number of service organizations so that they are interacting with our officers out in the field. We barbecue for them. We bring out a praise band. And that's bringing broken neighborhoods back to life. We've had it for 17 years. But we also have the Hope Coalition that does the same thing in Central and Southeast Fresno. So much of that's being done. But in order to truly have community policing in your city, it has to have a sufficient number of officers that are day in and day out in those neighborhoods, interacting with people, and not being so pushed to handle 911 calls one after another.
And that's what I was getting at, Chief. I mean, the conversation that's going right now in our community, and I know this is aside from what we're discussing today, but it is related. The conversation of any kind of an ask of our residents in the future. I think the sooner we start laying out what that looks like for our residents, for our community, I think the easier that conversation will go in the very near future. And I just wanted to make sure we got that so that folks understand what the expectations are. And you're right. I mean, I think, he's in the back, by the way, sitting down taking notes. Captain Salazar has been back there, and he's been doing a great job in Southwest. And we see what the effect of that approach has on a community, and I think that's what we want for our whole city. Just one last question I had for. So we talk about I think it's on page B123 on the reductions and the decrease of some of the crime statistics. I just wanted to get clarification. What is an accepted data point for property crimes reduction? I think it's 12.3%. Is it that they call and we respond and it's solved, or it's not, or is it just reporting that is involved with that?
Okay, so that is reporting. So crime measurements in the United States are based on what's called Part 1 offenses. For violent crime, it is homicide, rape, robbery, and aggravated assaults. For property crime, it is burglary, larceny, arson, and auto theft. And part of larceny would fall in thefts from a front yard. It would be a vehicle burglary, those types of crimes. So a reduction in property crime of that magnitude means that when you combine all of those four categories together, we have a reduction last year in 2018 versus 2017. And again, that was a significant reduction when you consider where we had been in years past. I'll tell you, in the mid 90s, we had 13,500 cars stolen in a year. This last year, we had just over 2,000. So reductions we're going in the right direction in terms of crime reduction, just not as fast as I would like.
So then the way you recognize that is if somebody reports a crime, that's the data that we use.
Yeah, it cannot measure unreportable crime, which we know we have in our city.
Right.
Sometimes people get their car broken into, they're not calling us. If they get their car stolen, we get called. If somebody gets killed, we get called. If somebody gets the victim of a robbery, vast majority of the time we're called. But there are times when people have something stolen from their property, they just don't report it. Hard to measure.
That's what I'm getting at. I know that, we had a community meeting not that long ago.
Right.
We had our officers there, and I think people are at that point where it's happened so often that not all of them, but some of them do stop reporting it. And so I think it's a good trend, but I think there is some underreporting going, especially with property crime, like breaking a garage or burglaries or things of that sort. But just want to make sure folks understand that as we're having the conversation for some investments in the near future. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I have a few questions, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Bredefeld, for doing the questions on the the dispatchers, because I know that was a big issue yesterday. So if I heard correctly, you said that all of the dispatcher positions have been filled to date. Is that what I heard correctly?
We're of the 95, yeah, there may be one vacancy. Sometimes we have somebody that retires and then there's a process to fill it. But yeah, of the 95, we're very close to full. Some of those...
that includes those 8 positions that
yes,
okay.
All of them hired. They're not released on their own yet to handle channels and so forth, because that's going to take them 6 to 8 months before they can get released. But we're well on our way with those 8.
Okay. So, but we're in a good place in terms of now having those positions filled, which I know was a big concern because of all the waits on these emergency calls.
Yeah, well, we were, as you recall, we were ordering back dispatchers on their days off frequently. We still are, but not very often, or not as often, I should say. We were holding dispatchers over their shifts, and that we were experiencing a lot of burnout in dispatch.
And I think that that's still, from what I hear, an issue.
Yes, it is.
Have you been working with the administration to get that class and comp study? I think that a lot of these dispatchers, when they're coming at entry-level positions, are, I think, making very low salaries for the type of work that they do. It's a very stressful job. I've actually had the opportunity to tour the dispatching center more than, I think, every year since I've been doing the Young Council Member Project. And the work that, in majority, it's women. I think probably 99.9% of the dispatchers are women. It's a very stressful job. So I guess I'd like to get a status on, I know there was a class and comp study promised about 3 years ago. Where are we with that?
I'm looking into it right now, and we'll let you know as soon as I find out.
Yeah, I'd like to figure out when we're looking at, adding more dispatchers, because I think one of the main issues with some of these positions is that they're paid very low.
Yeah,
And
I do know that personnel. I met with Jeff Cardell. There was an enhancement of our dispatcher positions at the entry level. I just can't remember what that enhancement was, but it was to allow it to become a more attractive position. Okay. I just don't know what the level was.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I know that was something that we had, and I've previously spoken about. The other thing that I wanted to ask, because I know that you mentioned the fact that we have a variation of funding sources to fund officers like FACTS and solid waste, school district, and so forth. It restricts us. I wanted to ask in particular with some of the bike units, are those fundings more flexible?
The downtown policing unit, there's a sergeant and 5 officers. There isn't outside funding for them, but they're considered to be the baseline for the PBID downtown. So they are primarily focused downtown, either in the government district or in the cultural arts district or downtown. But, they're spread out so far. But occasionally they get used for if a captain says, I have an issue in my district that needs immediate to be addressed immediately, then they're flexible to use them for that purpose, a gang feud that's going on. But we try not to. We try to leave them in their district. Same with the Tower District. We have the 2. We try to leave them right where they're at, and the same holds true with up in El Dorado. And those are really our only bike units that we have. We have 10 bicycle officers. Now, we have other bicycle officers trained. When we have above staffing levels that allow for it, we'll put those officers on bicycles in those neighborhoods.
And I will say, just personally, I really appreciate obviously I appreciate all our officers, but in particular some of these officers that are in the bike units. I think that it makes a tremendous difference when we're talking about being out in the community and having that personal touch. I know the Tower District very much appreciates that. I did, though, want to mention what I find very interesting is their schedule, and I don't know if there's flexibility, and they may not like me because of it, but I know that they get off at 11 p.m. in the Tower. If you know the Tower, it's an entertainment district. And so the majority of the riffraff happens after 11 p.m. So it'd be nice to actually have police presence, and in particular these officers, during that time, because that's when a lot of the riffraff and stuff is going on. So I know that they get off at 11 p.m. So I don't know. That's why I was asking in terms of the flexibility, in terms of their schedule. I don't know how you guys assign that.
We can flex them based on the needs of that particular area. Now, if they're having some burglaries or something that occurs earlier and they want that presence, but I agree with you in the fact that it's an entertainment district, especially on a Friday night, Saturday night. Bars close at 2. That's when you want your officers there. So I'll check into that for you.
That would be
and
great.
definitely make sure that we have the officers. Ideally we have 2. It would, you probably at some point we got to get to 4 over there, because to give that 7-day-a-week coverage, 2 officers all the time. We do have some contract officers over there in the tower as well that help out, like at Bobby Salazar's, and so. But I'll look into that, make sure that we have the appropriate hours.
I would obviously love to have 4 officers or bike officers out there, because even the existing bike unit right now, the 2 officers, they're really restricted to a smaller area, and I think having 4, it would allow them to go more into the neighborhood, because not only are people, walking through the main corridor, Olive and Wishon, but they're walking throughout the neighborhood. So I think it would be great if there is flexibility. If we are going to be adding any additional officers, I'd recommend that we increase that presence in areas like the tower, and you do have, a lot more activity that is happening. And I appreciate you taking a look into the schedule, just because I think having folks after 11 p.m. and making sure that they're there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday when the majority of the activity is happening, it's probably the best use of our resources
Very well.
there.
You bet. Thank you.
Let me see. And I think the other thing, I know that we've had kind of a conversation about adding more police officers, and while I'm extremely supportive of having more officers, I think that this council has to have a difficult conversations about what do we do? Do we add more officers, or do we give significant raises? And what is the balance? Because while, our officers merit raises because of the work that they do, we also need to make sure that we have enough officers out there to cover the work that exists in our community. And I think that that's going to be a conversation that this council has to really wrestle with. What is it, and where is that sweet spot? Because I'd love to obviously have both, give some raises, but also make sure that we hire officers. And with the existing budget that has been put out, it seems like there's not much room for both unless we make some sacrifices. And, I know folks up here have said that they're supportive of parks. I want to remind folks that when we talk about public safety, at least in my perspective, it's not just cops, it's not just firefighters, it's about what we're doing out in our community and investing in our parks too. Parks, I think, is an important element to public safety, right? If we have these recreational programs or summer school programs or after-school programs, that's going to help the work that all our officers are doing in our neighborhoods and communities. So we have to really look at how we're going to talk about investing both in our community when we want to add officers, firefighters, but also equally important. And I think these are the 3 things that are so fundamental to what public safety means in the city of Fresno. And I think that while we've made enormous strides, I believe, with police and fire, parks has lagged way behind. And so we need to really have that conversation. How do we plug in our Parks Department so that it's as successful and it's helping both our police and fire issues that we have? So I'm going to be interested in having that debate as we continue on with the budget conversations. But I do want to say I appreciate the work that you do and the work that all of your officers do. I do think, because it was, I think, noted maybe some time ago about some gender balance, we need to figure out how we also get more women into law enforcement. I know that Chief Donis, some of the women in the department have made some strides to do some girl empowerment, but I think that it's important that our forces are really reflective of the community that it serves, and I think that we need to do a little bit of a better job, Chief, in that. So whatever you propose to do, I'm happy to work with you to support those efforts.
Let me touch on that. We're about 11% female now in our sworn workforce, and I'm sensitive to that issue. My niece is a Fresno police officer. My sister was a police officer, first female motor officer in our history. So I get that and understand it. The way that we're enhancing it and we're making really good strides is through our cadet program. I think you know during the recession, we lost all of our cadets. We had about 70 police cadets. We lost them all. That was our recruiting ground. And then along the way, we lost about 155 officers. Well, many of those were female as well. And then to rebuild the cadet program and get females in there. But I know we had an academy class here recently. We sent 6 officers, 6 cadets, 5 of them were females. So we are making those strides, and we're getting a lot of interest from females. We're recruiting females, and I understand the importance of that.
One last question I forgot to mention. I think, and I don't know where I lost my place in the line item detail. The number for overtime is pretty significant, and I know it's both for police and fire. So if we were to hire more officers, would that line item, can that line item be reduced? Because as we're having conversations as to how do we hire more officers and have them out in patrol, can we afford to reduce that, the line item for overtime, given that we would have a bigger pool of folks?
So let me just share with you that most law enforcement agencies, about 5% of their budget is overtime. If you look at our overtime budget, it is extremely low, which is why we have a difficult time. And I'm explaining with you what goes into overtime. So when a police officer's on their day off and they end up going to court, which is frequently, and for patrol officers sometimes on a weekly basis, they are given overtime, and it's a minimum hours that they are paid to go to court. Holdover overtime, and that means when a police officer has to complete police reports at the end of their shift, especially when they have someone in custody, it requires overtime for them to write the report. I will tell you we've taken steps to reduce overtime in that arena by holding those reports over to the next shift, which means those officers are not available to be responding to calls. We have SWAT operations, homicide calls, where they're called out, detectives are called out. So much of that overtime is difficult to control. The other is minimum staffing. When you have 75 police officers that are out on long-term absence, 55 of those being assigned to patrol, there is a minimum staffing or a preferred staffing level that we try to achieve. We will order officers back, and that's upwards sometimes of 25 to 30 officers a week. So the overtime is challenging to manage because of the uncontrollables in emergency services. But actually our overtime, if you compare it, and we did here recently, to agencies throughout California, I think Deputy Chief Reed did that, we were at the bottom.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and I appreciate you making progress on dealing with the mediocre men problem we have in the city. I do want to talk now budget, now that you've loosened up. And maybe it's not a question for you, but it's a question for somebody that can break down for me. This budget report book says that in 2018 actuals, we funded $75 million for general fund permanent salaries. In 2020 proposed budget, it's going to be $87.5 million, essentially a $12 million increase in permanent salaries from the general fund for the police department. Can somebody walk me through where we spent that $12 million? How much of it has been spent, given that we really haven't added a whole lot of positions for permanent general fund officers? And if you can't do it today, you could.
Let us get back to you on that.
Okay. If you can just, keep in mind, I'm not a CPA, so break it down for me exactly where the $12 million in permanent salaries from the general fund for police officers went to.
And I'm sorry, council member, which are the two data points are you looking at?
Page 107, and it's budget line 51101, the top one, permanent salaries.
Okay.
In 2018, it was 75 million. The proposed is 87.5 million.
Okay.
He's
That's-
looking at 18 actuals.
Yeah, 18 actuals, correct.
Okay. We'll get you that.
Thank you. And then, Chief, on the agreement with the Fresno Unified School District, has the district agreed to keep those officers in the school sites?
The superintendent has. It's yet to go before the trustees. So, but we will be going before them, and I think their contribution, as I recall, is going to be about $625,000.
Okay.
So, looking forward to that, and that's primarily built in already. There may be a $200,000 savings for us on that that we weren't budgeted, but some of that carries over between 2 fiscal years. So.
And you did mention that the goal of those police officers was to actually avoid kids going from the school to prison pipeline. Can you provide us the exact numbers of
Absolutely.
the interactions between officers, including not just the SROs, but the neighborhood officers at the middle schools, and any interaction they have? I know they also serve elementary schools. I'd like to see exactly what has been the results of those interactions between officers and students.
Yeah, be happy to, and they're on our website, but I'll make sure you get them. And I'm very proud of those numbers, and I will tell you that you can see a sharp decline, and that's the very reason why we renamed the officers on the school from student resource or school resource officers to student resource officers. It was
Thank you.
philosophical.
Thank you. And staff, on page 128, B128, there's a reference to, under staffing, the first paragraph states that the costs include funding for contractual MOUs, obligations, non-MOU obligations, and future reserve coverage. Can you tell me what it means to have a non-MOU obligation and a future reserve coverage, and how much funds are being put away for those two purposes?
For example, the future reserve coverage, that would include like workers' compensation. So as charges are being developed, there is a specific fund for, again, workers' comp that we're trying to replenish as well.
What about the non-MOU obligations? You can get back to me. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, let us get it back to you
fine.
on the non-MOUs.
And there was a conversation about the significant increase to the self-insurance, which I suspect is for legal settlements. It's increased by almost $2 million in this proposed budget. What exactly, how did you come up to that point of increasing it by $2 million to a total of $4.7 million?
It's in order to, again, fully fund that liability fund, so that's the requirement. We look at, okay, how much do we truly need to get that fund back in balance? So a portion of that, the $2 million, was associated for the police department.
Okay, so walk me through, how did you arrive at additional $2 million for lawsuit settlements related to the police department?
Well, the liability fund is taking care of those settlements. It's paying those out as they are determined. But at the same time, it's its own fund. So within its own fund, it requires resources to cover its payments. Well, a big portion of that was its reserves. However, those reserves have been depleted immensely. And because they're depleted, we're now having to also go out to the various departments, in this case the police department, and recover so that we can pay for those payouts.
So essentially, we've exhausted the account for lawsuit settlements, and therefore you're going back and charging departments their respective portion to replenish that?
The depletion, though, is reserves on the revenue side. Okay, that's what covers as they pay out on the expense side.
I'm having trouble following you. I'm trying to understand. My reading of the budget is that in the police department's budget, we've gone from $2.7 million for lawsuit settlements to $4.7 million for lawsuit settlements. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes. And again, the liability, if you will, entity, it's paying on behalf of those settlements, but it has to recover. So what it does is then goes out and collects from the various customers, in this case the police department, that those settlements are associated with.
Okay. So I'm assuming we anticipate significant settlements pending.
Based on the settlements that have been paid, again, there's not enough reserves in the liability fund to cover those payments. So now we're having to collect from departments at a faster rate.
Okay, thank you. Chief, you mentioned overtime, and from my reading of the budget, there's 3 categories of overtime. There's voluntary overtime, overtime, and premium overtime. Can you describe for me or anybody what the distinction is? Because when you add all of them, they're a significant portion of your budget.
Okay, so overtime that you see there, $3,457,000, pretty consistent with last year. It was actually below our FY18 actuals, which was 3.7. That overtime is what I was explaining. The
5%.
The unexpecteds, those things that occur where you're having to order back officers to fill shifts. Folks that go on vacation, you backfill for them. The other overtime, like for example, voluntary overtime, is an MOU obligation that allows for when an officer wants time off but can't get time off. There's a cap that gives them that time off, and we use that voluntary overtime to replace it, built into the MOU. There's also overtime that's contract law enforcement services, about $2 million. Those are 100% reimbursables. So if when we contract for Bobby Salazar's, we have significant contracts with Walmart's, all the Walmart's 8 to 10 hour shifts. Those are completely 100% reimbursed. So if we don't receive or spend the money, then we don't receive the money. So it's a balance. But it's about $2 million of it is contract law enforcement. A little over that now.
Is it fair to describe that essentially we're in the business of giving $2 million worth of private security to private sector folks that can pay for it? The Fair, Walmart, Bobby Salazar's.
Long New Year, we serve about 55 contracts a week in the city. The biggest customer today is Walmart. It started out in Southeast Fresno. It's moved to all the other Walmarts, and it's to prevent theft. They were having significant theft inside the stores. The presence of the officers has dramatically reduced that theft enough to where they can pay for that officer and still realize a significant savings. So it's unfortunate, but that's the reality. And from everything I hear from customers who go into the stores, they feel safer. And that's, again, started in Southeast Fresno. But it's an unfortunate reality. The other ones, various nightclubs in Fresno that may use officers, but it's a business, not residents or anything of that nature.
It's a private business buying additional security for their establishment.
Yes.
And what about the premium overtime pay? The premium pay?
Premium pay is a MOU obligation. That premium pay satisfies a number of units within our department. Those units are, for example, our corporals who train. We have about 50 corporals that train our incoming officers. They receive a premium pay. Any officer that we want to utilize to flex their hours immediately without adjusting their days off and paying them overtime, those are categorized as premium pay officers. That could include officers from MAGIC, the special response teams, any of our Street Violence Bureau tactical team, anyone that's going to be flexed in that fashion. So we call them up today and say, oh, by the way, your hours are now changed. Your days off are changed. That gives us the ability to do that for those officers, each and every one of them.
So your specialty units, essentially?
Pardon me?
Your specialty units?
They're referred to, They could be they're specialty units with the exception of like our corporals. They're not specialty units. Those officers are assigned to the training center. They'll flex their hours. They'll come in and they'll qualify people at night, days. It just saves us the ability to pay them overtime, really.
In terms of your budget request, as I referred to the wish list of capital items, you're asking for a salt truck. When was the last time you replaced the truck that you have?
The one we currently use is 1977. It is a converted City of Fresno fax bus that we have towed to several SWAT calls this last year. So we've asked in the budget for many years to get that. We were not able to. This year I went out and raised $100,000 through the Chiefs Foundation and worked with the city manager, and your council approved that acquisition during the course of this last budget year. City would pay $200,000, our Chiefs Foundation would contribute $100,000, and we would buy our dilapidated, or replace our dilapidated SWAT bus.
And who would maintain that?
The fleet.
The fleet? So the fleet has the ability to maintain a specialty truck?
Either fleet, if it's under warranty, something of that magnitude, it will go back to the manufacturer, but fleet will take care of all of our needs, yes.
In terms of the cars, I know you mentioned it's a request for undercover cars. What do you do now with all the captured vehicles from drug raids and repossessed property? I thought you guys use those things too.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be. The vehicles, the laws and asset forfeiture have changed to the degree where it's very hard to seize vehicles today. To demonstrate that the proceeds from illegal activity is what purchased that vehicle. Sometimes the vehicles that they're driving aren't registered in their name. They put them in someone other's names, including a family member. So they've learned the system, and it's hard to seize those vehicles. We may get one vehicle a year or two at most, and the process in which we have to go through with the federal government to get those vehicles is challenging. And sometimes we'll seize a vehicle, and there's $20,000 owed on a $30,000 vehicle. It's not worth us seizing it. So that's what ultimately ends up happening.
How much do you get as a department in forfeitures in general? Cash, the whole thing?
Generally, it fluctuates. Last year, the number would have been zero, because it's not to say we didn't work cases and have money coming in, but they were delayed. We budget, though, $200,000 in asset forfeiture. That's what we hope for. That's what we anticipate will come in. And but sometimes we'll work a case and there's $200,000 in one case, which is rare today because of the way they hide it. But that could take us 3 years, 4 years to get that money. And then it's divided amongst multiple agencies.
Can you tell me about your cameras? Are we at a point now that everybody has a body camera?
The answer is yes, in terms of the acquisition of cameras. I think we have 532 cameras that we have now issued as of today. We have additional cameras that we're rolling out to officers. But by the end of this summer, and maybe even during midsummer, every single uniformed officer in the department below the staff level will have a body-worn camera. That's traffic, special response, patrol officers, and then with this fiscal budget, it will also allow us to equip our SWAT team members with a specialized helmet mount that they will have. So yes, everyone will have one, and that's as a combination of our state grant, Chiefs Foundation, general fund, and a federal grant.
Now, what's your replacement plan for those cameras? Because I'm assuming, like vehicles, at some point we'll have to pony up the money from the general fund to replace them.
Every 3 years, and that's what you have in your budget. What ends up happening is we enter into a 5-year lease with Axon. That lease for the body-worn camera provides the equipment, which is the camera itself. It provides all of the storage to the cloud, unlimited, and it also, for every camera we purchase, we're provided a electronic immobilizing device, a taser, as part of that package. It's called the Officer Safety Package. So Built into that is an ongoing contract that allows them to replace our cameras with new innovation about every 2.5 years.
Your vacancy rate, I think you might have touched on it a little bit, but what is the actual vacancy rate of the department as of today?
The vacancy rate stays right around 1% for sworn, and it fluctuates somewhere around 2% to 3% for non-sworn.
How many positions would that be?
For the total of 1,100 in the upcoming budget is 1,122 positions. Our adopted right now is we're somewhere around that 1122, so we have filled 815. We're probably about 35 short total in the department.
35 police vacancies?
35, I would say probably 40 vacancies currently. I can get that to you. I get a weekly track, and I'll have it short.
You can just give us a follow-up information
Sure.
on that. And then if staff can also provide us the monthly savings of those vacancies going unfilled, that would be helpful.
I think it ended up being $4.8 million for FY18 salary savings that was swept.
And when you describe the sweeping, can somebody tell me where the money goes when it's swept from the police department?
The money is reclassified, for example, like from the permanent salaries account. It goes into a contingency account. And that money is appropriations. It's a budget amount. So all it is moving from account 51101 to an account, a 63 account. So that money in the 63 account cannot be spent. It's
Until
locked
when?
in.
Until when?
It's not spent.
It's used to balance the budget. It's projected you're going to save this much money in the course of the year. That's how they balance the budget at the beginning of the year based on salary savings. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if I give my kid $100, she only spends 60 of it, then that 40 remains in my pocket or in hers?
No, it's in your pocket.
And
At the end of the year, though, what you have to look at it is you budget $100 to give to your child. You only give 60, right? We moved 40 from your budget and locked it away. So that money never got spent.
So in essence, if you have a $346 million general fund budget, which we do, you're going to project that you're going to say we have a 346, but 6 of that is anticipated salary and savings. That's how you balance your budget.
And does staff come back and make a recommendation on reallocation of that money after a few months, or does that happen on the annual budget process?
Council member?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may?
Yes, you have the floor.
The attrition rate is calculated at the beginning of each budget year, and it is assumed to be somewhere between 1.5% and 2%, and that's citywide, or at least general fund wide. That money is assumed to have been saved before it actually is saved, and it is used to balance the overall general fund budget. It is not put in any one particular place. It is simply generally the general fund will not spend in employee services about 1.5% to 2% of its budget, because it's assumed that there's a certain level of attrition, people leave, people retire, etc.
So we always have a cushion.
We always have a cushion, yes. And previously what we did is we left it in there in the department's budgets. But during the recession, it was necessary in order to minimize the decreases in services to actually acknowledge that savings as a part of the budget process. Instead of letting it occur over the course of the year, we actually said we are going to anticipate and hope that we actually get $4 million, $5 million in savings, and we use that in order to balance the budget. That prevented us from having to cut an additional $5 million out of the overall general fund budget. So that money, those appropriations during the year, what the budget manager does is he takes that on a monthly basis and he takes it away from the departments and he puts it away so that we actually do save that much money, so we don't end up with an unbalanced budget at the end of the fiscal year.
So if the police department was to fully staff, we would essentially be authorizing deficit spending because we assumed and budgeted a certain percentage of vacancies, right?
There is a certain level of estimation in that process that we estimate that they will never be permanently fully funded or never be fully permanently staffed because there's always going to be some turnover. But in essence, we are making an estimate that during the fiscal year, there will be sufficient vacancies on a general fund basis, not just the police department, but every general fund, virtually every general fund department does this, to save us that amount of money. Now, if there isn't, then you are absolutely correct. We will end up with a deficit because we will have had appropriations greater than our savings.
It can't happen, though. We hire as fast as we can, and we're still achieving a 1%. Fast as we can.
Yeah, and in fact, on page A80 and 81, you can see the attrition savings broken out and actually identified.
Chief, speaking of hiring,
let me give you that number if I can. So we have 287 non-sworn authorized, 835 sworn. We currently have 35 vacancies of non-sworn, 22 for sworn. That's a total of 57 vacancies, and we have 8 in backgrounds and 3 conditional offers that we're working towards.
Okay, thank you. Chief, you mentioned the problem with hiring and retention is essentially over now for the city in terms of your department.
I wouldn't say it's over because we continue to lose people to various agencies, either on the coast, to Clovis, or to the private sector. So
wouldn't that always occur?
It does, no, it didn't always occur. There was a time when we were the department that everybody went to, and that changed. I will say it's gotten better, but what happens is, just like everyone else, they start comparing what they're making to other agencies. And then when that happens and the other agencies started getting above Fresno, our officers start, not just one will leave, but then the word of mouth that you can go here for better pay. Now, some people, regardless of the pay, are going to stay here because they love to work in Fresno. This is where their family is, and et cetera. So there are certain people that will leave. The same holds true with dispatchers.
Your accreditation, I was reading up on the accreditation and the plaque out in City Hall foyer that it ran out in 2014, and the staff report indicates that you're not going to be pursuing accreditation.
We did not the 3 years ago. And here was what happened. Back in 2001, when I became the chief, made the decision that we were going to be a nationally accredited law enforcement agency, and there was a reason for that. We had experienced some embarrassments in the organization with our property and evidence room and the inability to keep control of certain evidence. We had been embarrassed in a couple of other areas. One of them was our explosive devices that had been stolen from a bunker. And so the goal was to bring in an outside entity to do a national accreditation. It took us actually, the first Deputy Chief Reed, who was back then a sergeant, started that process for us. And it took us the better part of 2 years to officially get accredited, 2.5 years. We re-accredited every 3 years. The last time we did, we received the gold standard. And out of the 481, I believe, areas that they looked at, we received 100% in all 481. What happened, though, was it was starting to consume a lot of resources in order to stay accredited. A lot of police officer positions, non-sworn positions. And we looked at, are there better ways that we can do it internally, take their standards, some of the things that are creating liability for our organization, and do internal audits to make sure that we're complying, making sure that our policies and practices are consistent. So we do that today as a result. And it's not as labor intensive, it's not as costly, but and we seem to be achieving the same results. We have inspections of our property and evidence frequently, and not to mention we have internal audits out of the controller's office that does audits and inspections. So I feel confident we're doing the right thing for the cost savings.
You don't think it's in our interest to engage in the national accreditation again, given the increasing financial liability of lawsuit settlements that we've had to pay out?
Well, the national accreditation does not involve what you're talking about, uses of force. That's not what the inspections are about. Those national accreditations are looking at policies as it pertains primarily to property and evidence management, some of those personnel hiring, those types of things that may not have a direct impact on that. What does have an impact is making sure that our training is scenario-based, realistic training, and that it's focused on de-escalation. And I'll stand here today and tell you we've had, I hate to say it, but one officer involved shooting the first 5 months of this year. That's the lowest number of shootings we've had in the history of our department. And so I believe we're doing the right things as with our focus on training. I just believe that with all my heart.
I know there's always a challenge for us to be competitive. Where do we stand in terms of being competitive with other police departments when it comes to salaries?
I haven't seen the latest salary survey. I know the POA does that. They may have the answer to that if you want to ask them, but I'm
sure their answer would be a little biased, but I was hoping for more of an official answer.
Well, I will say this. Police budgets are hard to compare today because of it's apples to oranges in terms of what is your pension contribution for the city of Fresno versus PERS, what are premium pays, what are post pays, education pay. There's all these factors. Now, if you're looking at base pay, so you really have to drill down when you're doing an analysis of other agencies. But I will tell you, there's no question that our department is at the mid to lower range when you compare it to many of these agencies. There's no question.
So when you include pension, health and welfare benefits, salary, premium pay, overtime pay, base salary, are we still under the mid-level?
I don't have that answer. I could not tell you when you factor all those things in. I would be just taking a wild guess.
That's fair.
I don't want to do that.
If the city manager can just give us the information as we start discussing the upcoming contract negotiations, it'd be good to understand where we stand competitively when it comes to total compensation, because there's a lot of factors.
Yeah. We're below Clovis. How's that?
Yeah, that makes sense. Chief, I know the last time I met with you in your office, I told you about my experience while I was waiting in your waiting room where a resident came in to report a rape that had occurred to her. And she was given a flyer and a phone number to call versus a report being taken there as a victim herself. The motion that Councilmember Bredefield made around 911 call operators, the additional policing that some folks think we need, where are we at with being able to have a police department where people can actually submit a report in person at our police stations?
We don't have that ability at all.
Why hasn't that become a priority even in our headquarters? What's the difficulty of somebody being able to walk in, see a detective or officer, and take a police report?
So the question is, do people want officers in the field, or do the people want officers at a district station behind a desk where people can come in? Now, I don't think it has to be a police officer. It can simply be a cadet or a community service officer. There was a time when our district stations had people at the districts that would take police reports. We built our district stations for that purpose so that you could have walk-in traffic. What replaced that was online reporting during the recession, and that was really it. So what used to be people could go into a station and have a face-to-face contact with someone, or an officer or community service officer or cadet come out and handle that call in person, dust for prints, have that personal interaction, it went by the wayside. during the recession. And let me just remind you, I told you, we are still down on civilian personnel. At one time, we lost 260 plus civilians in our department. We have added back about 80. Those civilians were the ones that were going out, are working in the district stations, handling those reports, or the ones going out in the field and handling the low-level calls. We're still about 180 positions down, so I know there's a desire to see us do more to open up district stations, but I got to have somebody to put in them.
I understand that. I think from my perspective, it's a desire for the prioritization to change. We somehow found money to have a police officer at council meetings. We found money to do, there's a position being funded here, which means it's one less officer on the street.
They're not funded. That position, council gave me direction to have a police officer at council meetings. I followed that direction like a good soldier, but I didn't have any money added to the budget.
So you took them off the streets. You reassigned them.
Exactly like you said.
Right? You reassigned
at council
them.
Direction.
I understand. You reassigned them. We're just about to convert the first floor into a, courthouse-style jail clearance operation. It's going to cost us a ton of money to operate and to build. I don't understand how we find ways to reprioritize, reassign police staff for what I think are mundane deals when somebody can't show up to the headquarters of the fifth largest city in the state and submit a police report in person. How hard is that for you to reassign people to do that?
Well, a police officer?
Your decision.
Okay, I could put a CSO in the headquarters or district station.
You can make a motion right now if you want. I'm sure if you have support.
I would love to do that, but I don't have any CSOs. I have 5, and the whole department they're assigned to.
You can put a deputy chief there. You got one of those. You got a captain.
I don't have any CSOs. I would love to have a CSO to put in the district stations. I don't have any.
I understand, and I hesitate to make a motion and give you direction because I find it very difficult that somebody not being able to file a rape charge or police report in our headquarters isn't important enough for people to reassign, reprioritize, or ask us for more money.
That individual you're speaking about, was that the one at the park?
No.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with that one then. No. The one I remember was something that happened at the park where you gave me the information that didn't turn out to be sexual
No, that's
assault.
different.
Different, okay.
That's what we're talking about, the memorial.
So I guess I just need clarification. The cadets that we utilize are part of a customer service unit. They will respond and handle a call at headquarters. They'll respond to a person's address, or they will do a call over the phone. We have that service for low-level calls, low-priority calls. Having a consistency of people at the district stations or headquarters where people can just walk in and file police reports, we don't have that. One of the reasons is we don't have the traffic flow at those locations to do that. But if a person comes into headquarters and says they want to make a police report, I have an officer there in the lobby today that will make sure that happens. Greg Rayburn is there every single day in the lobby and can have someone take the report.
So are you suggesting that when somebody's given a flyer there to call a number, that's not the standard protocol? That's just happened to occur?
I could not tell you what happened on that incident. I don't remember which one you're referring to. But I'd be more than happy to talk to you offline to get it.
We can talk offline about that.
Sure, thank
you. Getting back to just policing in general, is crime lower now than it, Chief? Is crime lower now than it was in 2008?
The answer would be depending, crime. Which crime?
In however you want to interpret that, because I keep on hearing the references to 2008, getting back to a staffing level of 2008, 850 officers. Has crime decreased or increased since 2008?
Some crimes have increased, some crimes have decreased, and I'm going to tell you why. crime doesn't just go up and crime doesn't just go down. Crime is cyclical. For example, last year, lowest number of auto thefts in our city in 30 years. This year, auto theft is up 7% over last year. So depends on what crime you're measuring, overall crime in the last 10 years is down in majority of categories, yes.
So it's fair to say that we're a safer city today than we were in 2008?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, let me walk you through the numbers that I found. So in 2008, we had 850 officers. We had a population, according to the census, of 475,000. That would give us a ratio of 1 officer for every 558 residents. Today, we have 835 officers, a population of 540,000. Gives us a ratio of 1 for every 646 residents. If we were to take your recommendation to add 90 officers, we would be at 925 sworn officers with a current population of 540. That gives us a ratio of 1 officer for every 583 residents. What I'm getting at is, if it takes us 90 more officers from the current staffing levels to achieve community policing, why didn't we have it in 2008 when we had far less residents and more officers for the residents that we had?
We did.
We had community policing citywide?
Yes. When we were at 849 police officers, we had neighborhood police officers in various neighborhoods. Remember I told you at one time? Mm-hmm. We had neighborhood police officers. We had officers that were assigned as problem-oriented policing officers at every single district station. Had a problem-oriented policing officer, 5 officers in a station, and that worked in the neighborhoods. They were problem-oriented policing officers. Each district had a tactical team to address some of those crime issues and crime trends that were occurring. We lost all of those positions along the way. So we were heavily engaged in community policing, neighborhood policing in 2008, 9, and 10. 10 to a degree.
So during the recession, we essentially eliminated the community policing component of local policing.
I won't say we deviated from community policing, but we had to focus our resources on responding to the ever-increasing number of calls that were coming into our department as we were losing police officers. Just like most agencies across the state that were losing police officers, we had to prioritize. And that priority was, how do we get to the ever-increasing 911 calls, and how do we continue to reduce violent crime in our city? That's what's been our focus. And we still do neighborhood events. We do the community policing as we can, but not like we did back in I'd say 2005, 6, 7, and 8.
Chief, what assurances would the council have that if we authorize 90 additional officers tomorrow, whether it's through the budget or through a ballot initiative, that we would have community policing? Was that something that requires council policy to direct and the department to adopt, or how do we get that assurance that in the next recession those officers won't be laid off, and then we reprioritize back into what I call more of the police state reacting to the highest priorities?
Well, I think part of that has to do with a master policing plan that would be developed to say this is how we would utilize whatever police officers that we're going to hire, knowing full well that from time to time there are emergencies that occur where those officers have, if we have a gang feud going on, we had 13 shootings this last week, we had 5 yesterday, we're not going to we're going to take whatever resources we have to stop the shootings from occurring. So if that's what it requires, then we're going to do that. I'm not going to ask for council permission to do that. That's why you guys entrust us to make those decisions spontaneously. However, as a philosophy, just like, for example, in Councilmember Soria's Tower District, last year during the budget, she had asked for the 2 officers. Those 2 officers are assigned in the Tower District. Councilmember Caprillo asked for 2 in El Dorado Park. They're still there. That was a council decision that you wanted that. So, but there are going to be times, just like with these 4 officers, we may pull them for something, but that's infrequently.
And my last question is, advanced peace. I know there's been some conversations for a few months around advanced fees. Have you decided what direction to go in with the advanced fees in Fresno?
Working with Captain Salazar right now and finding a way that we can utilize our existing people in Fresno. Some of the folks, Michael DeJuarez from the Health Coalition and his people, Brian King, some of the folks from Street Saints, how we might be able to take advantage of their local expertise and add to it that philosophy that or strategy that Advanced Peace has. It's a good strategy, don't get me wrong. It narrowly focuses your attention on those people that are considered to be shooters in your city. We narrowed those down, I think, Mark, what was the top numbers? 138 people in our city that are the shooters that we know. Now, how do we focus on those 138, or do we narrow it down to, say, 75? Focus our attention and effort on those. And that's what we're working on right now. What's the best way to do that without utilizing general fund money? Is there private sector money that we might be able to take advantage of to do that? That would be my preference.
Thank you. And just my last two questions. ShotSpotter, I know there was the initial conversations about expanding it, having people pay for it. Where do we stand on ShotSpotter?
We have a 14.2 square miles, I believe, in our city today. Some of that is paid for. 3 miles of that is paid for by FACTS, Transportation BRT. 6 of that is paid. I guess two is being funded by FACTS. But 6 of that is through the general fund. 6 of that's through Fresno Unified. So that's what we end up with, 14.28 square miles covered. Still very effective. It's in those locations and neighborhoods that we believe that are the ones that are most frequently plagued by gunfire. So it's still very effective.
Any plans to expand it in this budget?
Not in this budget, no.
And then just my last comment, Chief. I don't want to make a motion on taking police reports on site. I think that's a decision you have to make, and a recommendation if it's not being done, what resources you need to get that done. But the last thing I want to mention to you is I'm still getting a lot of reports that when people are applying for liquor licenses through the planning process, that the police department is essentially indicating that an area is not super saturated and therefore giving the green light for the liquor license. I would hope that the police department recognizes that creating super saturated areas in new development is not in the best interest of the public safety resources, because the planning department, the planning commission reads those comments as being supportive of adding more liquor stores. And I don't see how your department can justify one more liquor license in my district, and yet we're still seeing some of those staff reports indicate that they're not opposed to those liquor licenses.
So let me just tell you right now, we completely agree on this issue. Maybe the only one in a while. You know, I'm kidding about that. No,
I will keep my digits.
Miguel, I completely agree. We have oversaturation in our city. We have oversaturation of ABC establishments in particular areas, yours being one of those. We completely agree. I will tell you, over the time I've worked for various administrations, there's been a time when we've been given direction to take a strong stance. There's been times when we were told it's not your job to prevent liquor stores or businesses from coming into our city. It's your job to say, if in fact this ABC establishment is approved, what conditions do you want to see on that business in order so they can operate safely? That's the mode we're in today. The approval of those is really between the Planning Commission and the Council. What we will tell you is, if you're going to do this, here's the conditions you need to put on that business to allow it to operate safely. I agree with the oversaturation. We have some neighborhoods, you got a liquor store on 3 of the 4 corners. And that's not healthy. That generates calls for us. But at the same time, I don't think we're not the Gestapo. We're not the one that says no businesses, no ABC in that area. That's a planning commission decision and a city council. We'll give you the recommendation, but that's where we stand.
I understand that, but it surprises me that your department can still find a way to recommend one more liquor license in District 3 when clearly there's a saturation problem.
Tell me that one, because we should not be recommending a single
We have two of them.
ABC establishment.
And I was hopeful that the police department would have gotten the message from council and our intent, but we can work through that one. And
Please tell me,
Chief,
Phil. I'm not aware of that one.
Before we finish, Councilmember Soria has the floor.
Yeah, I forgot to ask a question. So in looking at the proposed budget today and then the last year's budget, when you go to the line item, the personnel contingency, can you explain what we have spent? And maybe this is not for you, Chief, maybe it's for, I don't know, unless you know exactly.
Can you tell me which one? What page?
So this is in page 109 of the line item. It's $2.8 million. Similarly, last year when we were approving the 2019 proposed budget, there was a 2.6 personnel contingency. Just wondering if this is something that we continue, because if you look at the years prior, it's zeroed out, and then the year that it's being proposed, like today, for next year's budget, it's zeroed out. So I'm just wondering, what is that strategy?
Councilmember,
What's number?
If I may, that is, and actually that's a reference back to Councilmember Arias' question, that is in essence the attrition number. When the budget was adopted, that $2 million number was actually up in 51101, which is the employee services line item. As the months go by, the budget manager takes the savings that have finally been achieved and takes them and puts them down in that personnel contingency. That money is not spent, which is why you see nothing in the actuals and why you see nothing in the proposed. Because right now that savings is actually still in 51101. As time goes by, we will take those savings and move it down into contingency where it cannot be spent.
So where is that allocated in the 2020 budget?
That money right now, those
It's just spread
those
out?
appropriations are still in 51101. It's still in the employee, the permanent salaries line item, because the savings have not yet been achieved. We don't have any savings in 2020 yet. We only have an estimate overall of how much savings we're going to have in the general fund.
Well, my question is, have we plugged in the 2.8 to the 2020 budget?
Yes, we have. And in fact, if you'll excuse me just a second, if you go to the general fund summary, which is on page A80 and A81, you will see a line at the very bottom of the expenditure listing called attrition savings.
In what page?
It's on page A81, and if you go down to the line just above the line that says total net expenditures, you will see a line that says attrition savings. And you will see for 2020, we have estimated $6.9 million total in the general fund, not just police, but in the general fund of attrition savings. So that's where that is acknowledged. That's where that money or those savings are placed in order to balance the overall general fund. As those savings are achieved in each one of the departments, those appropriations will be moved down into that personnel contingency where they will not be spent, thus achieving at the end of the year the $6.9 million savings.
Okay.
So Councilman Soria, if I can reiterate, we start building a budget, in this case $6.9 million, and it's part of the personnel
Salary savings.
But once we get into the fiscal year, and once we start monitoring what savings, we then start moving it down into the contingency line.
Okay. Perfect. Then just a last question. I want to get your perspective, Chief, because I've been able to have some conversations with outside folks. In premium pay, or maybe not premium pay, in the salaries that are negotiated for our officers, what I've heard is that we do not recognize or give a bump to those that come with bachelor degrees, correct? They start off at the same rate.
We do not have an education incentive pay, correct?
So we don't. In your opinion, do you think that that's something important?
Education is important in our departments. Seniority is important. Education is important. And certainly it makes a candidate more attractive when they promote. But I have found that officers with increased education oftentimes do better. Not always, but as a general rule. So yeah, I think education is important.
Have the administration thought about including education pay as part of the negotiating contract? I, for one, think that is very important.
We used to.
And I think that maybe that's something that we need to be exploring. I would like to really.
I think we should, pardon me, I think we should talk about that item when we go into closed session on Thursday for the.
Well,
MOUs.
I'm just putting it out there so that folks
Agreed.
are aware and that it is something that I consider that we should be doing. So just wanted to get your take. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chief, you're not done yet. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, a couple more questions. So going back to the conversation about the CSOs, these are civilian positions, correct?
Yes, they are.
How many do we have? How many CSO positions do we have authorized currently?
I believe we have 5 CSO positions.
One for each district?
Yeah, we have 5 CSOs that are one of them in each district, correct? And then we have one other CSO that's assigned to special projects, community events, and things of that nature. Yes.
Okay, so there is supposed to be one CSO per
district. Yes.
Okay, got it. We just lost ours. She moved on over to headquarters. So our pop officer in Central has been kind of picking up some of the slack.
Yeah, she was promoted. Promoted to a crime analyst.
Great.
So we'll be filling that one.
Fantastic. Okay. And then this is just a note. I know you did the best you could with the back of the envelope calculations when we were asking you the questions, but the vacancy rate of sworn officers is actually 2.6%, not 1%.
It should be. We have 826 sworn, and we have 813. So whatever that is.
Oh, we had 835 authorized. So you're subtracting the cadets, is what you're saying, out of that calculation, because we have 835 authorized.
Yes.
And 22 vacancies. The number you gave us, that's.
Yeah, so I know it's confusing for me too, but currently we have 826 sworn authorized and 9 cadets that go to the academy. So of the 826 police officers, 813 are filled today. So we're shy 13 police officer positions, and we have currently, I believe, 3 conditional offers out for those. So.
Got it.
That's how we calculate it, and it is confusing because we put cadets in that category, but they're not. They're not officers. They will be funded at Cadet 1 actually in this budget coming. So hopefully that clears it up.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you,
Chief. Before you go, a couple of things. I know you heard from all of us on what our wish list of public safety investments we would like, and I'm sure this question will make Tim Mormon in the back a little nervous, but since you're the police chief with those 10 stars on your shoulders, what is not in this budget that you would want funded if we had the resources?
Well, if we had the resources, certainly the priority would be to add police officers in specific functions within the department. And those functions would be to be able to do investigative follow-up in certain areas. And I'm not talking about a lot of detectives for that, maybe 8 to 10 detectives. And then the others would be officers that are assigned to Kings Canyon for a bike patrol, enhance our downtown policing. And then the other would be to enhance our special response teams. We have 3 teams. We used to have 5. For crime reduction. Community service officers, I would like to see us add community service officers at some point in time in our budget. And whether that's 15 of them, that would be part of our customer service unit. They would handle those lower level priority calls so that citizens or people of Fresno don't have to wait that long. And then the other is dispatchers, to continue to shore up our dispatchers so that we can handle those incoming calls, 3,000 calls a day into our dispatch center. And then there's a number of other equipment needs that we have in the organization that are really far too many to mention, that, including technology, computers, those types of things. And so, but from personnel, those are the big ones, I would say now.
So if you can narrow it to one, what would be your top item not on this proposed budget?
Personnel-wise would be, you're asking me a hard question because all three are important: police officers, dispatchers, and community service officers.
We have to pick between parks and your department.
Oh, I know.
Bang for buck.
I would say today the biggest bang for the buck that you're going to get in terms of responsiveness to our community is going to be community service officers that we could add to handle the low-level calls and dispatchers to handle the incoming.
Thank you.
One thing?
Member Bredderfield?
Yeah, so Chief, in response to Councilmember Arias' question, which is a good one, if we had a pot of money that the council came up, would you prefer, rather than saying hiring 15 police officers and 10 911 callers, a combination, depending on what the allocation would be? I mean, because you're saying the CSOs, which we didn't talk about, is important.
Yeah, a blend between, because if you have community service officers, it's going to free up your officers. We try to utilize cadets right now for those types of calls, but we're constantly churning them through the police academy, so it's just not a good system. So having that stability of community service officers that do that day in and day out, that's very effective. They become very good with a blend of police officers, obviously. But so it is a blend that we have to achieve. But I think community service officers is a very effective way to free up police officers and to get to those calls quicker. I hate to put either or.
All right, but it is three: the CSOs, the dispatchers, and obviously sworn police officers.
That would be my priority, yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Chief. And since you are the vast part of our budget and you deserve the vast scrutiny from the council, we will be bringing you back a second time around for some follow-up questions.
Okay. Hey, thanks for making me better. All you guys. Thank you.
All three of us up here. Where the hell is the rest of the council?
Yes. We will be taking a 5-minute break so everybody else can go to the restroom before we start with fire. Thank you all.
That has come down by $728,000. However, within the department's non-personnel budget, there is $11,000 for a one-draft commander nozzle test equipment with 25 lubrication kits, $155,400 for PG&E anticipated rate increase, as well as $94,700 to pay for department's fiscal year 2020 lease obligations. Also, there's $156,000 for the fourth year of personal protective equipment replacement program and $25,000 for water team equipment. Also, the department has updated its 8-year apparatus replacement cycle to reflect the size of its current fleet. As part of the replacement program, the department will place an order to purchase 2 engines, 1 fire truck, 1 squad vehicle, and 10 light vehicles. The department's interdepartmental service budget totals $5 million and has an increase of about $2.8 million. The Public Safety Fleet Division conversion to the Internal Service Fund is a primary driver of that increase. And then if I move on to staffing, the personnel budget totals $57.9 million, which is $694,200 decline from the amended budget. And that's primarily corresponds to the cancellation of the North Central Fire Service contract. More so on the contract is, as of July 1st, the city and the North Central Fire Protection District will again terminate. That contract had 46 sworn safety and 3 civilian positions that were assigned under the contract. Now, with that termination, the following adjustments have been built in the budget, which also included a $2.5 million net cost transition to the general fund. That includes 32 vacant sworn safety positions that were previously provided service to North Central will now be housed under the general fund. And those are basically taking anticipated vacant positions and filling them with that transition. There are 3 battalion chief positions, 1 fire captain, 1 firefighter specialist, all that will transition as well to the general fund. And lastly, there's $894,000 of personnel and ID charges expenses that will move to the general fund as part of this transition. In addition, there's a new engine company, equates to 9 FTEs, 3 firefighters, 3 firefighter specialists, and 3 fire captains. They also will be transitioned from this contract to the general fund. Also added was the water team. The fiscal year 20 budget includes the conversion of 3 firefighters to 3 firefighter specials to form this team. And lastly, as mentioned earlier, the city entered into an automatic auto aid agreement with the North Central Fire Protection District that will go into effect July 1st of 2019. This agreement will require the fire department to provide fire services to the North Central Fire Protection District metro area, and again receive roughly $1 million for the services. Council, that concludes my overall presentation. The chief and staff are here for your questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, thank you. I need my memory jogged a little bit. I see we have the $3.5 million here for Station 18. I wanted to clarify. I wasn't on council back then, but I think it was late last year in December. We found the windfall of money. Council found the windfall of money, and we allocated money towards a fire station. Was that separate from this, or is this the same? This is the same.
This would be the same.
Okay.
It's just because it's not anticipated to be spent in 19, we then rolled it over into the 20 budget.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify if it was excellent. Chief, the budget here and reading through it tells us we're going to move to average daily staffing of 80 firefighters. What are we at currently this fiscal year?
Currently, we're at 334 authorized. We have 300 filled. But come July 1, with the transition of all of those firefighters, we will have 302 authorized and 300. We expect 302 filled.
But currently, what is that translating to in terms
It translates
of average?
today 77 firefighters on duty. Come July 1, we will be making progress, moving to 80. That translates to 0.55 firefighters per 1,000.
And so at 80, the average daily staffing, the 0.55, how does that compare to other localities of our size?
Sure. The industry standard is 1 to 1.5 firefighters per 1,000. The state average, last checked, was 0.81 per 1,000, which is also the general plan goal, to reach 0.81 firefighters per 1,000.
Okay. So rewinding back, right around pre-recession time, about 10. What was the average daily staffing 10 years ago?
Well, we had 82 on duty each day, was at our high in, I think it's 2008-9. Again, that was the same high back in 1980. It was 82.
Okay, so we still have not gotten back to that.
Correct, and we also, very similar to the police department, lamented about their support staff not being at pre-recession levels either. But those are the challenges with the budget, trying to balance that and meeting all the needs of all departments. And I'm understanding of that.
Sure. So this budget brings us to 80. How many more full-time equivalents would it take to get us to 82? To rewind 10 years ago.
To get us to 82 on duty each day?
Yes, so to get to 82 firefighters,
or
average daily
0.81
staffing.
per 1,000. Which one are you asking for?
So I'm asking, if I were to make a motion here to get us back to 82 firefighters per day, I'm asking how many firefighters does that translate into extra in this budget?
Well, you would need 2 more on duty each day times 3 shifts, so you'd need at least 6 more firefighters on duty. So 2 more per day.
That was more simple math than I thought. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have the space for 6 more firefighters?
Do we have
the space?
We do. One of the SART report recommendations has always been, we've consistently brought that forward to council, was the staffing the safety officer, but also to make the water team happen, we shifted a firefighter from Station 11, which had 4 firefighters down to 3. So we could add a firefighter back there, or we could add a safety officer on duty, or add a 4th firefighter to any one of our apparatus that only has 3.
Okay, Chief. Well, that concludes my questions for you. I mean, I do want to go ahead and make a motion. I think that given the sort of strenuous work conditions of our current firefighters, I see it especially in my district on an anecdotal basis. Every week, something's burning down. We have a lot of dilapidated infrastructure. I think our department needs the help. And I know that we have limited resources in this budget, but I would like to see us go back to at least the 2009 levels of 82. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to increase our number of full-time equivalents in the fire department by 6.
Motion has been made by Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Okay. Any other council members wish to speak?
Thank you.
Okay. You? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, budget folks, for the presentation. So, question last year was this whole, or the big question was the whole North Central agreement. And so there were 36 positions, right, that were part of the North Central agreement. According to my notes from the previous year's budget, we said that we had the capacity to absorb 21 positions. How many total positions are we actually absorbing, given the fact that the position or the agreement has
49?
There was 46 sworn positions based on that agreement, and of the 46, they are coming into the city's department. So 32 of them were able to transition into anticipated vacancy positions. The other 14, as I noted, they came on board funded by the general fund as well. So
Okay.
in essence, all 46 are accounted for.
All 46 are accounted for, but we're only going up 3 in daily staffing. That's where I'm a little confused.
Sure. To answer your question, we have what we call a relief pool, and we are running in the negatives right now. So we have vacancies beyond the 21 that would take us to 6 captains, 6 engineers, and 9 firefighters is the top of the relief pool. We will fill that relief pool completely. Plus, we have a negative or a capacity of at least, I believe it's 7 to 8 positions in addition to that. So let's say a total of 30 vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll fill those. Then we're adding a company, and that engineer, the firefighter specialist, is already currently in the position as an investigator. The training captain is already in the position of a training captain, and the 3 battalion chiefs are already battalion chiefs. They're just going to move into the city, and we'll divide the city into 4 quadrants. So we're not laying anyone off. We are not going to be over in the relief pool. We'll make sure that we have assignments for everyone, and then we're improving the minimum daily staffing at the same time.
Does that minimize your overtime?
That's correct, exactly. Having a relief pool then allows those, let's say, 6 captains. That really translates into about 2 per shift. Mm-hmm. And they will fill vacancies for someone that's sick, a captain that's off on long-term injury, a captain's on vacation, so we don't have to hire overtime for that particular captain.
Okay. Can you remind me again, going back to the line item, the minimum staffing pay, how does that work aside from the permanent salaries? That's the line item in page 51. It is proposed to be 4.2, I believe.
That's shift replacement, so that covers the minimum daily staffing. So every day we ensure that there are today and in July it'll be 80, but today 77 people on duty each day. So what we call it is just butts and seats. We make sure that every position is filled, and that may require a mandatory assignment. So that's the shift replacement cost it might be to make sure that that happens, along with the salaries.
Okay. And it caught my attention because I feel like the numbers change a lot from the proposed budget.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, if you look at the 2019 amended, but then you go back to the proposed budget, last year when we were looking at it, we approved 3.7. It's a big increase. Just wondering why that happened. What is the explanation for that jump? And I think even if you go further, like the actuals for 2018 were $6 million. However, in the proposed budget of last year, the number was 4.2. So I'm just wondering, are we just not putting enough in that line item? Why does that change so much?
I'm going to defer that to Henry and Pedro.
Why is there such big of change? And it changes. And I don't know if this ever comes to the council. It just seems like a very significant change.
Well, part of it is in the 2020 budget, council member,
Mm-hmm.
now that we have additional firefighters transitioning into the metro services, okay, we won't need as much shift replacement.
I get that, but I'm asking you the question. So in 2019, last year's proposed budget, you had 3.722. That's what I approved.
Okay.
And now the amended says 4.952. In the previous, if you look at the 2018, the actuals is 6 million versus the amended was 4 million.2. What is accounting for the big change?
Let's start with last year.
Mm-hmm.
So last year, there was a motion, I believe, from Councilmember Baines, who said, I want to make a shift, a reclass. So he moved some dollars from permanent salaries into that minimum daily staffing. So it shifted dollars. Well, this year, in the 20, we're now accounting for permanent sworn accordingly. So that's playing a part of that change you're seeing.
Okay. We may have to meet because I don't understand that, and maybe you can explain to me offline. It seems like there's a big shift in that, and so, but we can meet offline and talk more about it so that I can better understand it. I don't want to waste my colleagues' time. So I know that we haven't increased, I think, 3 positions for the minimum daily staffing and a potential motion for 6 more firefighters. In terms of some of the needs, I know that we always take a lot more time with the police department, but I know that you guys also have some great needs. Are there any, specifically looking at that SAR report, and I know that has been some time ago and new to some of the newer council members, could you maybe highlight some of the things that are still, that should be a priority, but maybe that are not included within this proposed budget that can help our department be successful and address the challenges that our city faces, because we do have a very busy department?
Sure. The SART report really was an outcome of the Cortland incident where Captain Dern, had that near miss. And the department's worked diligently to address the 169 recommendations. And so we are about 93% complete in 2 3/4 years, which is unprecedented. But there's still gaps, and it's just a matter of funding for positions to cover some of those improvements and recommendations. Some of those are from the administrative side. We have gaps in our administrative need where we just don't have the bandwidth anymore to complete projects at the pace that we want to continue. And that would be an administrative battalion chief. In MA2, we've had a temp for a couple years, and a fire inspector. So we want to meet the demands of growth in this city and meet the money back guarantee. We also have state mandated inspections that are we are missing a little bit, and some of our general inspections. So we're cognizant of trying to not be, we don't want to be in a position where we have a ghost ship fire in the city where we haven't had conducted our inspections on a regular basis. And so I think those are some of the concerns, along with, there's equipment needs and computers and overtime for our training staff.
Specifically on this money back guarantee, I'm interested in that because I don't want to have to be in a position where we're giving folks credits or money back. Do you think your department is staffed up enough to meet the benchmarks so that we don't end up in a situation? I'd rather fund a position rather than give back millions of dollars. That's where I'm at. And, I'm sure that some of my colleagues probably agree with this, right? We want to make sure that we're getting those inspections out or completing them, in a much more expeditious manner. What is the state today?
We would welcome a non-political, direct answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Irrespective of all the bosses in the room.
Understood. Yes, we have a need for another inspector.
Okay.
Not only for
just
that.
one?
Well, I think we can do it. We can do it with one more for now. Okay. That doesn't mean we're going to meet all of our general inspection demands, but I think we can definitely be on time for our plan review processes and not push other plans to the back burner, so we can make sure that these get the priority and also meet our state mandated inspections.
What is the general cost of one inspector, kind of as a whole package?
All in about 85.
80 with everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so 85. I'll make a motion to increase add one more inspector.
Second, by Member Chavez.
And I think,
could you repeat your motion? I'm sorry.
I would like to add that one inspector.
A fire inspector to the fire department's budget. Motion made by Member Soria, seconded by Member Chavez. The estimated amount was $85,000.
For a whole year. It may take us, how many months will it take us to get someone on board?
Probably 2 or 3.
2 or 3 months, okay.
I mean, we have a list, but.
Okay, so we'll say 85,000 to make sure that we have the appropriate funds. If we have a little bit left over, then it goes on to carry on, but I'd like to make it 85.
Chief, remind me, are all of your inspector positions filled right now?
All but one. We had an inspector pass last week.
Oof, sorry to hear that. Okay, so then we have that one, and then hopefully we will get another one to help the demands. Okay. Couple other questions that I have. So fire station 18 is kind of it's in the works, and so just wondering the timeline to begin construction, timeline to open the station, and then I guess what is the status and plan for the remaining 3.5 funding to complete the station, or do we have all of it?
I'll answer the first two for you. We will be coming to council talking about impact fees, which is all related to that. Our goal is to put it out to bid along with Public Works' help. An ideal would be September. October, we would break ground if possible. It takes approximately a year to get that up and running. The plans are done, and we know how to build fire stations for the longevity, and so I can't answer the second part of that question.
I actually asked Scott to come down to address any questions that you may have about Fire Station 18 and the impact fees. So.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. With respect to the second half of the Fire Station 18 funding, the intent is to bring forward to Council basically an internal loan agreement for those dollars then to be paid back by fire impact fee revenue over time. That would only be a viable approach with an increase in the citywide fire impact fee.
How much do we have right now in the, how many dollars, I guess, in terms of the revenue for fire impact fees do we have to date?
I'm going to look to Fire's business manager, Mike Getty, on that question. But as far as what's in the budget right now, there are not any fire impact fees allocated to Station 18. Essentially, over the past several years, it has only been sufficient for paying the debt service on the bond for stations that were built about 12 years ago.
Okay. So this would be an interloan fund that would be paid off through future fire impact fees.
That is correct.
How long will it take us to pay that off?
That really depends upon the pace of development that would occur. But at the current rate of development, then with that increase in mind, that should occur. That should occur over the next several years. I have not seen the numbers personally on that, but I believe that's in the estimate of a 5-year time frame.
Okay, so this council should note then that this fire station we can only begin construction of it if there's an approval by this body to do that interloan fund or interfund loan to match the other $3.5 million for the completion. Is that correct? And that's going to come later?
It would have to come with the award of contract for the station. So the two action items would come together.
Okay, so, because it's not included in, the only money that's included in the budget is the 3.5. The other is kind of out there, which we would have to decide as a body. I just want folks to be aware of that, because that is something that this council will have to vote on.
That is correct. So
Okay.
really there'd be 3 items altogether. Oh, actually 4. It'd be adopting the environmental finding, awarding the contract, an interfund loan, and then appropriating those dollars in the budget with an AAR amendment.
Okay.
So that would all be together with, assuming we have favorable bid results, then to recommend award of contract.
And we have monies to be able to loan ourselves for that.
That is
I'm
what would be
assuming.
recommended to the council, yes.
Okay.
The city does have net positive cash balances in the fund.
Okay.
Not the fire impact fee fund, but it would be an internal borrowing, as opposed to going out for external borrowing that would be a much higher rate on any type of financing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that clarification. I have a couple other questions on kind of non-personnel changes. I know that we'll probably be hearing from the, within the several departments, utility usage increases. As part of, I guess, looking at our public facilities, have you guys performed, I think you guys did perform some audits on some of the stations, right? Because I know Station 9 was one that was in significant need of deferred maintenance. But in that, did you guys identify opportunities to be able to lower the energy cost, either through solar on roof or through energy efficient upgrades? And where are we on that?
Two answers to that. Yes, we did do an audit or an assessment of all the fire stations and their needs for remodeling, expansion, maintenance. That is completed. We are looking at a couple. Assistant City Manager Shad has been working with this public-private partnership for a couple public safety facilities for solar.
So we were approached by an organization that has a grant through, I think it's the CEC. Anyway, we're looking at opportunities to not only provide solar at some of the police and fire stations, but emergency backup power through battery storage. We're in the middle of discussions with that entity, and we hope to do 2 or 3 possibly more stations to both lower their energy bill as well as provide backup power in the case of a power failure. It will probably be a net zero type of thing because the energy savings will finance the loan or the financing, or will offset the financing, if that makes sense.
And so we're only looking at 2 or 3 stations? Why aren't we looking at all our public facilities so that we
So I
lower?
already had mentioned that we're looking at MSC and this building initially, and we had brought to council previously a solution for that, and council rejected that. We are now planning on bringing in July a solution for these 2 buildings. Then we will start focusing on other facilities such as parks and the fire stations. This opportunity that we're talking about with fire and PD was a limited grant amount.
Okay.
That is why we're doing that.
Okay, thank you. Another question that I had specific to Station 9, I know that you guys were working on a remodel. What's the status on that?
We have gone through a couple renditions of architectural drawings and changes. Part of our challenge is making sure we meet ADA requirements as applicable to what's public and what is really private, sleeping areas and kitchens and bathrooms in the back for our firefighters. So we're close to having those plans done, and then we'll start. What we'll have to do is relocate the truck to another station temporarily, just due to the one less restroom facility is significant for 8 people or 7 people.
So when do we anticipate that?
We anticipate starting that, I would say, by July, August, and I'm not going to estimate how long it'll take. We haven't had a good track record of staying on timeline with that. Okay. And to answer your question about the UGM, there's probably around $400,000 in fire department UGM money of it citywide. Right now, it's designated for a Station 12 area. Okay. And again, there is an ADA challenge to remodel that station. It's a great location and really should warrant a larger facility for more apparatus and firefighters. So instead of pouring money into that, which should be, $800,000, $900,000, we are looking at wanting to buy some land or another location to relocate that station with that money.
Okay, perfect. I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Chief, for your leadership. Again, like I said, I appreciate what you guys are doing with the Girl Empowerment Camp, and it's neat. It was neat to see the video, really, of the overall event, and great energy there with the fire women.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great
part of your team.
Great success for the first time out. We look forward to the future.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Chief, your staffing. It seems to me that we've made significant investments in the police department, and crime has been declining for 10 years. And we have not made the same level of investment to the fire department, and fires have increased in the last few years. The last memo I saw on the fires indicated 163 fires in 2015, and 2018 we had 685 fires related to the homeless population in Fresno. The 6 positions and the inspector, is that sufficient resources to get you to a place where you feel that we are actually serving the public safety interests of the city?
I think it's definitely the right direction, absolutely. And I would have to agree. I mean, this is funding public safety, and I remind you that public safety is not just police, right?
Yes, so some of us are infatuated with the police chief and the police department, at the expense of the fire department. So that's been historically the case for some of the council.
Well, I'm not anything against the police department. We are in arms with our blue brothers and sisters in blue. So, but the fire department has been underfunded, and it's a challenge that the city manager and mayor of any administration has each and every year. So.
Now,
the concern is response times from a fire perspective, response times, firefighter safety, and being able to serve at the very highest level. What we determine is the quality of service we want to deliver.
Now, before we simply just open up the checkbook that we have with limited funds, what I've heard consistently around the fire department's operation is the unwillingness of the fire department to utilize smaller trucks that would allow us to be more financially efficient in deploying folks to emergencies. Is that something that you plan to resolve, or are you going to continue buying the big trucks?
Great question. Glad you asked. In fact, it's in our new updated 8-year apparatus replacement plan. It is in our essentially kind of our master planning of adding squads, which are 2-person firefighting units that really are focused on responding to medical emergencies. Not that they can't respond to fire calls, but their primary focus is to respond to medical calls, leaving the engine and truck parked. I think the desire to implement that is get the unit on board, but then go after a SAFER grant, which comes if we're allowed to apply. I highly doubt the federal government's going to turn us down because we have such great need in December or January, and go after 12 to 18 positions there to lean into the cost of growing this fire department, and implementing squads would be one of those steps.
Chief, what keeps you from doing that now? Well, why doesn't your budget include the smaller fire trucks?
Well, the next step we needed was to add the engine company and relocate our trucks, which is what is happening in July. That was the next step for this department's plan for appropriate growth in service delivery. The next step after that is to add the squads. The limit to that is just cost of staffing those squads. It will take us at least 9 months to a year to get that piece of equipment ordered, although it's a lot less expensive. It's about a $140,000 box, small unit that you can pick up the box and just replace the chassis probably 3 times and reuse that box. So it's a very economical and efficient resource. And then it's just the staffing of that.
Now, I also understand that you guys are planning a maintenance facility of some kind for your vehicles, and that the other criticism I've heard is the fire stations that are being designed are essentially Taj Mahals. They include private sleeping quarters for the battalion chief, gym rooms. It looks like, have we really thought through whether we are being thoughtful with the design and the specs of these fire stations?
Good questions. One, let me clarify. The fire shop, we went through an exercise to look at building a fire shop probably 2 or 3 years ago. That eventually didn't pencil. There was no funds to do that. We have since moved our fire mechanics down to the MSC. They have a larger facility now, and that's serving our needs well at this time. When it comes to fire stations, we build fire stations to last. They're very strategically placed to serve the running distance, and the citizenry. We build them to have at least 3 apparatus, and the reason for that is we put reserve pieces of equipment, or when we add a squad or a truck or an engine to that station, there's capacity. Finally, the fire stations, a lot of our fire stations didn't have privacy bedrooms or bathrooms. We have this gang shower situation or gang locker room situation, and as we move into a diverse working group and team members to include women, we really should have private facilities. So we don't build these. Most of them have been built with block-like construction throughout. We have recently, with the Station 18 plans, reconfigured that and value engineered those plans to make it block up to the windowsill, with the exception of the app bay, and wood frame everywhere else. So we really have done everything we can to try and reduce those costs. We don't build, as you say, a Taj Mahal. They're very functional fire stations that they're not elaborate. Yes, we do have battalion chiefs need to be stationed somewhere with a sleeping quarters and an office. Yes, our firefighters do need a place to exercise. In fact, while we build those new stations with fitness rooms, they're not very large, and the Fire Chiefs Foundation ends up funding the equipment that goes in those stations.
Great. My other question, Chief, I understand there's a moratorium on occupancy permits in Northwest Fresno for builders who have completed their construction, but they're not giving an occupancy permit until the fire station is built. What is the state of that?
Chief Ted Simonius is our fire marshal and deputy chief.
Ted Simonius with the fire department. So in the Station 18 area, we found that we needed to remove the station. It wasn't performing well. Matter of fact, it performed at such a poor rate compared to the other stations in the city that it just wasn't feasible to continue to allow the development of the maps that were coming in to approve these maps, because we were looking at several thousand homes that would be built where they couldn't be protected by the fire department, by the fire station that was there. So we didn't stop construction from anybody. We just held up their maps for a period of time until we could move forward with the building of Station 18. So any projects that are under construction currently are not going to, they're going to get their certificates of occupancy. It's what's occurred is that we have not approved plans to move forward on anything to be built. So as soon as we know for sure that we have funding secured and we have a station that's going to break ground, there will be the approval of these maps, and we've actually already started approving some of these maps to move forward, because we know the length of time that it'll take for them to get the subdivisions built and the streets put in and the sewer and the water and all the utilities, that they can go ahead and start moving forward with those things. And by the time that we break ground, then those certificates of occupancy will be ready to issue those.
Yeah. And just, it might be a question for legal counsel or planning. I thought the council is the only one with the authority to not approve occupancy permits or track maps. Can that be delayed at the staff level?
Well, we worked with the city attorney's office when we were in the process of deciding how we were going to condition the maps when they came in, because every map has some kind of conditions on it, whether they have to build streets or those things. And the conditions could have simply been they have to build a fire station.
Isn't that a policy decision by this body?
I'll have to defer to the city attorney's office.
Well, it could be. This is not a moratorium, which the council could declare. But with every map, the city's entitled to put conditions on those maps, which includes having fire service. It would also be a CEQA issue, too. It would be an effect on the environment if development was approved when the city couldn't adequately service it through fire protection. We could have that discussion, but I think we did last fall.
Just to be clear, the Fresno Municipal Code requires that the closest fire station has to be within 3 miles, or we added an amendment several years ago, or 4-minute running distance. So that's the condition that didn't meet.
But as you explained earlier, when you build these fire stations that are not Taj Mahals, you built them to last forever. How is it that after a few years that station is no longer meeting the response needs of an area?
That's a great question. So Station 18 is a Granville home.
Understood.
It's in a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, Gratland and Herndon.
The fire apparatus bay was specially built, and the firefighters have to go outside, and then they go out to the app bay, and then it exits out the back. It's not in the best spot. It is it's not designed for long-term. It was a temporary fire station when it was built. I think that was over 12 years ago. It was identified as a temporary station. That is not where the permanent station was
Are we
identified.
still approving temporary stations of that nature?
No. We haven't done another temporary station. We haven't built one in several years.
My last question, operationally, what's his work schedule of a firefighter? How many days do they work, and what's the shifts?
Sure. Firefighters work 2 24-hour shifts back to back, so they're on for 48 hours, and then they're off for 4 days.
And can they do overtime during those 4 days?
Yes. So they're on a mandatory hiring list. So we will call them back if we don't have people that have signed up to voluntarily work overtime.
Are you planning to change that structure anytime soon? Because it seems working 2 days a week, 48 hours, is pretty costly endeavor for a city when we have limited fire resources.
We used to work 1 day on, 2 days off. This work cycle seems to work very well. We haven't had any issue with hiring people back on overtime to fill vacancies, and when we run the numbers, it's more cost-effective to hire a time and a half overtime versus hiring a full-time employee. Once you get to about C-step, then it's kind of a breakover point.
What's your overtime budget?
Oh, gosh. This year, it says 950, but that's because we have a relief pool coming up. We haven't had a relief pool, which also really goes back to Councilmember Soria's question. We hadn't had a relief pool of any sort, really, in probably 3 or 4 years.
Okay. Well, thank you. Those are all the questions for me, and I would just, Councilmember Bedfield's next before we close.
Okay, thank you. The billing on calls for service that are related to people who are ill or sick, that got increased. We talked about that in the past. Is that correct?
It increases annually from the $6 a call it was.
It was $6.
Yeah, it increases on it has a 3% escalator in it every year.
Oh, okay. So it's just kind of an adjustment.
Yes.
Every year. I thought that was going to be raised, but no?
No, that's a county discussion. We didn't discuss that further with, once we did discuss it originally, there was no, how did they describe it? The ratepayer couldn't afford to pay $100 additional fee or $60 an additional fee for those services was the thought process.
Okay, I mean, who made that call that the ratepayer can't afford that?
County, based on their historic review of the ambulance rates and how they decide if they go up or down or stay the same. That was Fresno County EMS.
Okay.
It's part of that conversation.
So, and what's the revenue, maybe Henry, from that? What's generated from that?
Around 180,000.
180,000 annually. Okay, and that $6 is every time fire department goes out on a call, somebody's got a heart attack or
every time the fire department is launched or toned out, even if they get canceled 10 seconds later, every time they're toned out for a priority 1 medical call, which is the only ones we go on right now. Okay,
and EMS, when you say the county makes that decision on the $6, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we had a discussion about it, and while we would have liked it to be a lot higher, that wasn't where they were at with that. And that was during the initial discussion when they were going out to bid for their contract award to whoever bids. It could have been AMR, it could have been Falk, it could have been American Ambulance or any other provider. They bid on the contract for the county. And American has been the provider.
American Ambulance.
Correct. They have won the contract bid for the last 20 years.
For the county?
Correct.
Okay. And so if this was to be, when it is increased, is it American Ambulance that's paying you the additional money?
Yes.
Okay.
That's part of their contract, yep.
Okay. And is this consistent with other municipalities where it's, $6 and it's just kind of increased? Forgetting the paramedic, because I know you're not paramedics. Paramedics get a lot more because we've checked when paramedics go out through the fire department, they charge sometimes hundreds of dollars. Is that not right?
They could, that's if they're transporting.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of legislation right now at the state level around this topic and how fire departments can start charging more. That still hasn't made it through, and it's been going on for several years. And you obviously have a lot of pushback from the EMS community throughout the state that don't want fire departments to be in this business or to receive any of that revenue. So we are keeping our eye on that and working with our Cal chiefs and Metro chiefs as far as the lobbying goes with that and where we land. But I would think that this conversation would have to go back to county EMS along with American to be at the table to renegotiate some type of increased fee if we wanted to do that.
Okay. Council, that's an important issue. We charge $6 every time, and you send out a truck, right? It's a truck that goes out, and you have how many firefighters that go out as well?
3 or 4, depending on which apparatus it is.
Right, 3 or 4. And you're sometimes arrive before anyone else, providing a life-saving service.
About half the time, we've done that analysis, about half the time, the fire department shows up anywhere from 10 seconds to a minute ahead of time, and then the other half, American, shows up about the same 10 seconds to a minute before we do.
It's another example of the county MOU that we have that directly benefits the county at our expense. So I would be open to having legal counsel assess why we can't just separate from the county and do our own bid process.
Well, it's not a bid. The council and city manager, mayor, you decide what level of service you want your fire department to deliver to the citizenry. And so...
Yeah. And I like the fact that we are saving people's lives and being responsive. I don't like the fact that we get $6 for it.
Understood.
I never have.
Understood.
And so I don't know, again, and I don't want to draw from American Ambulance. They provide an important service. They need to be paid for that as well. I mean, I've wondered about billing a customer who needs the service, because I think they're not going to mind if their life gets saved. They don't care who shows up.
We did that fee assessment. Several years ago, we have that. If you'd like to recycle that, it's a fee assessment on what and to charge for the fire department through the city to go to those calls.
Or we bill the county of Fresno, which receives the vast majority of resources for these kind of services.
We bill who?
The county of Fresno.
Oh, okay.
Can you explain more that you did the fee assessment?
We had a consultant come in and do an assessment on all of the medical calls we go on and assess what is the possibility of the Fresno Fire Department charging the citizen for our service and so they would get a bill. And it's very somewhat intricate. So there's private provider. There's about 18% of our citizenry are private provider, and that's where the majority of those bills would go. However, you need to bill everyone. So those that get Medicare, Medicaid, they're not going to, the way the system works, they don't pay. They would pay the other first. So there's a possibility of a revenue stream there, but it does require staffing and contracting out to send those bills, and do you want to do that? Do you want to be billing for that service for people?
Well, I think it's a policy issue we need to take a look at, but I think when you're going out, sending out a fire truck, 3, 4 firefighters, saving someone's life, half the time being the first responder and getting $6 for it, I think it's something we ought to take a serious look at, because as you need a fire inspector, it seemed to me that funding that through services we provide to people that are life-saving, it ought to be something that we look at. And so what would be the process, city attorney, city manager? Because I've discussed this with the chief, and I'd like to move this along, because I think it's a fair fee to charge someone to save their life.
Well, we could start with the assessment of what the actual costs are to provide the service. Then it would entail some negotiations, starting there.
Well, the negotiation, I'm not sure about American Ambulance. I'm not interested in drawing it from American Ambulance. I'm interested in providing a service to a citizen and billing for the service.
Just for City of Fresno people?
Well, that's who we're serving.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then it would be up to the council to decide what to charge based upon the actual cost of providing the service. Anything at that amount or less than that amount.
Yeah, and just curiosity, what would that cost be on a call with what we're providing?
If I recall, it was somewhere in the range of 125 to 150, 167, something like that per medical call. We could reach out to the consultant again and maybe look at updating that report.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be some nominal fee.
Chief, I'd like to get together with you first. I want to talk to the mayor about this, because I recall this discussion last year, and the concern was that we were basically taxing heart attack victims, and we weren't sure that it was it was a core service that we felt like it was something that we should be doing. without raising the fee. So I'd like to talk to the mayor, and then Chief, I'll be in touch.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Councilman Aris, you mentioned about, not just police. I agree with you. So I think we need to back up the support here with inspector, if that's where we go. But I think we should also take a look at this. I mean, I understand the sensitivity of that. I agree. But it's a discussion we ought to be having and a policy issue we ought to have out here. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradfield. And just closing comments, I know we're all looking at a potential ballot initiative for public safety, parks, public works, and, watering the front yard kind of initiative. Before we do that, I would really caution staff that they not, one, give away the house on salary increases. Two, that they not put such a big rainy fund away that it shows taxpayers that we have more money than we're actually spending before we get to asking them for some resources. And three, that we revisit our deployment strategies. If they can be more cost-effective deployment strategies, whether it's charging people for excessive use or having folks work more than 2 days a week before they generate overtime, then we have an obligation to do that before we ask the folks who just heard earlier today make approximately $42,000 a year to increase their taxes more for what I think should be a fundamental service that they have a right to have access to. So I would just caution everyone. I know you guys are trying to make sure that your credit rating continues to grow and everybody likes a great credit score, but at some point we have to tend to the current needs before we start asking taxpayers to tax themselves for more funds. So with that, I'll bring the hearing today to a close. Thank you.